Good morning, all. Thank you very much for being with us today. The Instituto Internacional and the Real Instituto Elcano. We're going to be sharing with you our two reports. We're going to be hearing from our speakers this morning. I need to say thank you for participating, for being with us on this occasion. I have to say thank you, of course, to the Embassy of the United States of America in Spain, all of our friends from the Real Instituto Elcano who are with us via streaming, and of course, all of your good selves who are with us in the flesh. As president of the Real Instituto Elcano, I have to say that I'm deeply honored to hold this session on global terrorism. This is the 9th edition, and it's a pleasure for two reasons, essentially. First, because I believe that it is obvious that Elcano, I think Spain's most salient think tank, one of Europe's best, evinces its keen interest in analyzing an issue in depth, rigorously, data-based, and independently, studying an issue which affects us now, which has affected us in the past, and which doubtless will continue to be an issue we focus on forward-looking. I believe that we have seen its consolidation in the system. I have to say that the specialists who meet allow us to share with you the results of the research that they carry out. Terrorism is one of the lines of work of the Real Instituto Elcano, and if you allow me, I would like to take advantage of the fact that we're together here to acknowledge the outstanding work carried out by Elcano researchers, especially Carola and Fernando Reinares, who will be with us via streaming. Thank you, Fernando and Carola, for your work and for having successfully put this issue on the table. And secondly, because thanks to these presentations, thanks to this surfacing, if you will, of the work performed or carried out by our partners coming from different research centers, I think that we do actually spark a necessary debate on an issue which is not straightforward, which does not allow for simplifications, and which has, of course, a tremendous emotional weight. So being with you today, hearing your questions, hearing your reactions is of tremendous interest if we think about future activities for Elcano. Thanks also, of course, to the persons who are with us, who help us, the Embassy of the United States of America in Spain and the Secretariat of State of the Ministry of the Interior of the Government of Spain. They are essential partners now and always. And the program from the George Washington University, without the George Washington University, what we are going to be doing today would not have happened. And of course, the Instituto Internacional for being our host today. So thank you. I don't want to take up more of your time. I think that this is the reason why we're here today, to listen to those reports. But I would like to underscore one very important angle of what we will be debating today. As you know, today we're going to be talking about two important documents. These documents are the result of that collaboration between Elcano and the program on extremism from the George Washington University, and we're going to be talking about the Muslim Brothers in Spain. It's very important to understand and appreciate what we are trying to achieve. What we're trying to do is not only analyze terrorism, but also a better understanding of what Islam actually is, which, of course, is not the same at all. At all. We need to know, therefore, what the relationships are between Islam and open democratic societies such as ours. What is implied? What is learned? What are the relations that may be had? How can we understand? How can we coexist? How can we work together? So this is a debate which in some parts of Europe is more developed. In Spain, unfortunately, the terrorist effect that Spain has suffered has taken from us part of the analytical scope, and this is what Elcano is trying to do, trying to recover that time. It's extremely important, I believe, to analyze the nonviolent expressions of terrorism. It's important to understand them better, important to analyze them as a problem, an issue, which calls for data, which calls for an objective approach, a rigorous approach, an independent approach. And this is what today we will be sharing with all of your good selves. The two documents, which you've seen outside this hall, are first the one that addresses the brothers in Spain, Lorenzo Vidino, who is in charge of the program on extremism at the George Washington University and who is a member of the scientific board of the Real Instituto Elcano, and Sergio Altuna, who is an associate researcher. The second document is more of an in-house. Fernando Reinares has been in charge, our program director, in charge of violent radicalization and jihadism. Again, the Muslim Brothers and Global Jihad, addressing the Spanish case. As I say, Fernando is the author. The two documents have one single aim, which is the one that I mentioned before, which is to ensure that the groundwork is laid for a national debate which is pending, which we cannot obviate, which we cannot avoid, which we must take into account, exists in Spain, and it is the relationship established, the understanding of non-violent Islamism and how non-violent, non-radical Islamism can live within our societies. No prejudice, yes, data, and a rigorous approach. I think that these are going to be very interesting sessions. And again, thanks to our sponsors, thanks to our researchers, thanks to all of you for being with us today. I am going to now give the floor to our friend Abel Vecino so that immediately afterwards we can begin our debate session. Thank you. Thank you so much to all. Thank you so much, Jose Juan, and good day to all. I'm very happy to be here representing the Embassy of the United States in America to inaugurate this forum. This is the 9th consecutive year with the Real Instituto Elcano. I would like to begin by thanking Fernando Reinares and Carola Garcia Calvo, who are the academic directors of this session, and thanks also to the entire Real Instituto Elcano team for their work, which has resulted in this fantastic forum with top-notch speakers. Thanks also to all speakers. Thanks to the participants. Thank you for your commitment to the cause, and thank you for your keen desire to develop new, innovative ways to guarantee safety and security in our societies. I'm very happy to see that this year our embassy has been able to sponsor the participation of Dr. Cynthia Miller Idris, who is a full professor at the School of Public Service of the American University in Washington, D.C. Dr. Miller Idris is an author and a published researcher in the field of extremism and radicalization. Also with us is academic specialist Lorenzo Vidino, director of the program on extremism from the George Washington University and a member of the scientific board of the Real Instituto Elcano. Today we're going to be talking about violent extremism based on racially and ethnical motives reflects the rise of related terrorist acts not only in the United States, but throughout the world. According to an August report from the UN Secretary General, some member states are now considering it to be the fastest growing or even most prominent domestic security threat they face. On President Biden's first day in office, he directed his national security team to conduct a review of U.S. government efforts to address domestic terrorism. An expert assessment provided by the U.S. intelligence and law enforcement community determined that domestic terrorism rooted in white supremacy is our greatest terrorist threat today. And from that review grew our nation's first ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, the first, as I say, in our country, which provides a framework for the U.S. government and its partners to understand and share domestic terrorism-related information. They can also prevent domestic terrorism recruitment and mobilization to violence. They can disrupt and deter domestic terrorism activity and confront long-term contributors to domestic terrorism. This strategy was further strengthened last month when President Biden announced a White House initiative on hate-motivated violence that introduced a number of government efforts, along with several public-private partnerships, to strengthen resilience within American society, foster unity, and build community trust as we fight hate and extremism. Building our capacity domestically is only a part of the solution. Racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists know no international boundaries. There is increasing evidence of transnational links among individuals and groups, and the online environment makes it easy to share ideas, ideologies, and tactics. The lack of clear command and control structures and the use of sophisticated encryption technology make semi-formal networks difficult to identify and difficult also to dismantle. This makes enhanced cooperation and information sharing among international partners critical to addressing the problem. Unlike the model of terrorists hiding in ungoverned spaces and conflict zones, these terrorists operate in plain sight and are integrated into our communities. Sadly, I recognize that the Spanish people are no stranger to this phenomenon and the contradictions and challenges that domestic terrorism presents to communities and to law enforcement. So, allow me now to address some of the ways the United States is working to address the REMVE threat internationally. They include the following. What we say in English, naming and shaming. Employing terrorist designations, naming and shaming to expose and isolate individuals and organizations and disrupt their terrorist activities, including by limiting their access to the U.S. financial system and facilitating certain U.S. law enforcement actions. The Russian imperial movement was the first REMVE-related organization that we designated in this way, And as recently as this summer, we continued to name related individuals as specially designated global terrorists, and this until recently. Second, preventing international travel. We work to detect and prevent international travel by REMVE actors. We are actively encouraging partner governments to include these actors as appropriate into their own national watch lists, as well as on international law enforcement platforms such as Interpol. Third, we engage with the technology sector to limit extremist content online. Last year, the United States formally joined a community of 58 governments, including Spain, working to prevent terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting the internet through the Christchurch call to action to eliminate terrorist and violent extremist content online. We will continue to work with government, technology sector partners, civil society, and other stakeholders to prevent terrorists and violent extremists from exploiting the internet while protecting its openness, interoperability, reliability, and, of course, its security. And finally, sharing information with partners. Information sharing is perhaps the most effective tool we have access to. Within Spain, the FBI, which is the lead investigative agency on terrorism for the U.S. government, has a robust information sharing agreement with Spain's law enforcement services, including the Guardia Civil's Jefatura de Información and the Cuerpo Nacional de la Policía's Comisaría General de Información. This agreement allows us to address the terrorism threat using investigative techniques that do meet the judicial standards in both of our nations. And we also have an important strategic sharing agreement with the CITCO, the intelligence center that tackles terrorism and organized crime. This agreement not only helps us mutually understand the terrorist threat, but it furthermore ensures that the U.S. government can help Spain deliver on the 4 pillars of its national strategy on terrorism: prevent, protect, prepare, and pursue. I hope that some of these examples underscore the extent to which the United States works with Spain and the rest of our international partners to address the threat of racially and ethnically motivated violent terrorism, extremism. We know Spain has learned many lessons on combating domestic terrorism, this from bitter experience, and we truly are appreciative of all that can be shared. And to paraphrase President Biden, hate never fully goes away. Hate only hides. And when given any oxygen, it comes out from under the rocks. Only by working together can we cut off the oxygen to these individuals and to these organizations. So again, thank you all of you who are here today, the speakers, the participants. By sharing our experiences, we are working together towards better outcomes. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. Thank you to the Real Instituto Elcano and the Secretariat of State of Security of the Ministry of the Interior for working with us in order to ensure that this session is a resounding success. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Well, let's move on with this first roundtable. It's an honor and a pleasure to resume the work of the Forum on World Terrorism. And I won't go further into that, but it's also an honor and a pleasure to introduce the three speakers who will be joining us at this round table. One of them will be connecting via streaming. On my right, Lorenzo Vidino, director of the program on Extremism on the George Washington University, and from the Scientific Committee of the Elcano Royal Institute. To my left, Sergio Altuna, Associate Analyst of Elcano Royal Institute. And listening to us, hopefully, is Fernando Reinares, the Director of the Program on Violent Radicalization. And hello, good morning to Fernando. As the president of the Royal Institute Elcano has said in his initial words, the objective of Elcano with these two papers that we have the pleasure of presenting to you today, two original works, is the aim is to contribute to the debate that is currently ongoing in the Spanish society. But we believe that we also want to bridge that gap of information, and that's the main objective at the Royal Institute Elcano at the moment. And for this, we have three excellent, we're privileged to have these three excellent speakers. We're beginning, first of all, with Lorenzo Vidino to give us the context of this first paper on Muslim brothers in Spain and social activism, and he'll talk about the context in Europe so we can understand the situation in Spain. Then Sergio Altuna will take the word so that he could focus a bit more on the Spanish situation. And after this initial 10-minute presentation, we'll give the floor to Fernando Reinares so he could present the paper that he has authored. And I will remind you of the title once again. So with no further ado, Lorenzo, you have the floor, 10 minutes. I'm going to try to be very rigorous with the time allocation so that we can have enough time for a Q&A afterwards. Go ahead. Thank you very, very much. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to return to Madrid. This is my 6th Elcano Forum. I'm going to deliver my presentation in English, but I would like to say two things in Spanish to thank Instituto Elcano and the U.S. Embassy for inviting me to participate in this conference. And first of all, I would like to thank Fernando Reinares for the idea of these two reports. Was conceived 4 or 5 years ago, talking about the debate in Spain, and we needed to improve the debate in Spain about the Muslim brothers. And after 4 or 5 years, here we are. So thank you, Fernando, very much. And obviously, I would like to thank, like I said, Instituto Elcano, the president, Charles Carola, and the whole team at Elcano for organizing this event. I'm going to stop talking my Itali-Spanish and switch to English, which will be a bit better, I think. Here's my PowerPoint. The PowerPoint will be in Spanish, but I will be speaking in English.
My presentation is really to contextualize a bit the debate on the Muslim Brotherhood in Europe. The idea that Fernando and I discussed a few years ago was that in both Spain and my native country, Italy, the debate on the Brotherhood is probably not as developed as it is in other European countries, as it is in France or Central Northern European countries, where over the last 3 or 4 years, in particular, the debate has developed. And so we wanted to have these reports and try to bring some sort of academic help to the report, to the conversation. So first of all, and this is not an academic question, what are we talking about when we talk about Muslim Brotherhood in Europe? Because it's quite different from the Brotherhood in the Middle East. I think most people would know the Brotherhood in the Middle East and would think about Egypt and other realities. In the West, in Europe, it's a bit of a different dynamic, starting with the fact that virtually nobody that belongs to the Brotherhood in Europe identifies as a member of the Brotherhood. If I go to Egypt, if I go to Syria, which are countries in which the Brotherhood is illegal, you will find people that have business cards as members of the Brotherhood, openly identify as such. That does not happen in Europe. And so how do you identify, how you conceptualize what is Brotherhood in Europe is quite different. And I would argue there are 4 different realities that can be called Muslim Brotherhood in Europe. And the first one would be the small groups of refugees that have historically come to Europe starting in the 1950s, 60s, and have established a presence in European countries. It wouldn't surprise you today, for example, that the leadership of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood in exile is mostly based in London. The second layer is the structures that these individuals created. They created small networks, which are secret, not public, and that recreate the networks that exist in the countries of origin. So a micro version in both structure and formalities of what we see in Arab countries. Now, at the same time, this small group of individuals, so first pioneers of the Brotherhood in Europe, also created public organizations, visible ones. As a former member of the Brotherhood calls them, there's the arrière-boutique and the façade, the back shop and the face of it. And the face, of course, doesn't identify as Muslim Brotherhood, uses names that convey moderation and wide representations. They would call themselves Muslim Association of Britain, Union of Islamic Organizations of Italy, and so on. And finally, we have a sort of a new generation of activists that are born as activists in that milieu, but have now sort of gone in their way. So all these different layers form in each European country, basically, a small branch of the Brotherhood, of course, a micro version of what we have in Arab countries. And what's also different, of course, is the goals. Now, the goals of the Brotherhood in Muslim-majority countries are, of course, those of creating a Sharia-run system and being in charge of it. A pragmatic movement like the Brotherhood understands that's nonsense, not achievable in Europe anytime soon, and the goals are much more realistic. And the goals are basically three. One is to become the sort of leaders of European Muslim communities, spreading their social, political, and religious worldview to the Muslim community through their network of influence. The second is becoming the privileged interlocutors of European establishments, being sort of the gatekeepers, the de facto, or in some cases official representatives of a supposedly homogeneous Muslim community. And finally, using this position of proximity to power to try, for what they can, to influence policymaking and the debate on all issues they care about. Now, this is a complex topic. There's no black or white here. Everything is gray when it comes to the Brotherhood. And so we have historically sort of two main, let's say, polarized views, what I always like to call the optimists and the pessimists on the Brotherhood in Europe. The optimists argue that they're simply a conservative force. Yes, they might have values that are at times a bit odd, but at the end of the day, they're not violent. They want integration of Muslim communities, and we should work with them. The pessimists, the opposite end of the spectrum, argue that in reality they are a subversive force. They pretend moderation, and in reality they're trying to polarize society, and in reality there's just a nicer face of the jihadist movement, if you will. I would argue a lot of people are somewhere in between these two extremes. But what we have seen in many European countries, and this is, again, the spark of the debate between me and Fernando about doing something about Spain and Italy, is a mainstreaming of the more pessimist view. The fact that irrespective of political colors, the three countries that are most active in being, let's say, pessimist and developing policies to challenge the Brotherhood are center-right, right-wing Austria, centrist France, and left-leaning Denmark, so transcending political colors. There's been a much more awareness of the fact that the Brotherhood is problematic. And so the question is always, is the Brotherhood, I'm hoping, Maria, when I have a couple of minutes, you tell me. No doubt. The question is always, what are the concerns? And the first concern is often, especially in the United States, is always framed from a security point of view, from a terrorism point of view. And I think that if we're asking if the Brotherhood is a direct security threat, the answer is no. This is not a terrorist group. Lumping it together with Daesh or Al-Qaeda, I think it's a big analytical mistake. So it's not a direct security threat. I personally don't think it should be considered a terrorist group or designated as such. But there are three peros, there are three buts to that. The first one is the fact that Brotherhood networks in Europe support, in words and deeds, Hamas, which is a designated terrorist organization in the European Union. And we have many ways in which we have historically done that. We have, second problem, more than anecdotal cases of overlap, and quite operational overlap, between Brotherhood networks and jihadist networks. The first one is something that happened in my hometown of Milan 25 years ago, and it's the reason why I'm in this field of study. But the one that is more relevant to, or the two ones that are more relevant to this audience are the network created by the gentleman here, Mr. Yarkas, the Abu Dada network, which in Spain, of course, created a 10, 15-year-long wave of terrorism that included 9/11 and the 11M. And of course, more recently, the Kutaini case. But I know that Sergio and Fernando will talk more about these matters. But what is really driving the French debate and the debate in other European countries is it's the issue about the narrative. The narrative that comes from Brotherhood Network that can be, is not always, of course, but can be conducive to terrorism. It's these 2 points that come from the Brotherhood, which is the point that Islam is under attack, this exaggeration of Islamophobia. There's no question that Islamophobia exists, that anti-Muslim sentiments are sadly fairly widespread, but the weaponization and the exaggeration of Islamophobia, combined with the often justification of violence, not here, but okay there, if you put these two elements together and you put them in the head of an 18-year-old, you see what you might get. And in France, everybody will quote the case of Samuel Paty. Samuel Paty was the French school teacher that was beheaded in front of his school while walking out because a rumor had spread, and it was spread by Brotherhood networks, by Brotherhood and Salafi networks, that he had shown to class cartoons showing the Prophet Muhammad. So the young Chechen man that beheaded Paty did so because on his phone he was reading all these messages coming from fairly mainstream Brotherhood and Salafi preachers who were targeting Monsieur Paty. And what our people argue is that the narrative that comes from Brotherhood networks, while not directly violent, create what in the French debate has become known as the ecosistema islamista, which can lead to radicalization. The other question that drives the debate in other countries is the threat to social cohesion, to integration. And the argument is that keep aside the argument about violence, there is a narrative of us and them, if not us versus them, that comes from Brotherhood milieus that makes it a challenge to integration and social cohesion. The fact that on issues such as religious freedom, women's rights, gay rights, anti-Semitism, their views are highly problematic, make it a problematic group. Now, what I did here, and we're obviously not going to have a lot of time for it, is basically quotes that come from the security services of virtually every European country, and you will see that they all consistently adopt the pessimist point of view. This is I have to unfortunately scroll very fast. There was the Dutch security services. This is the Austrian security services. You might want to just read the part, but they argue that the position is incompatible with laws and social norms of the Republic of Austria. This is German Federal Security Services. I'll let my voice rest for a second so everybody can read. And then, yes, stop the watch. That's a trick. So you see the 2 points here. One, it's about social cohesion. Esta iniciativa van en contra de los esfuerzos en materia de integración en la inmigración. But the last sentence, there's the risk that they can also create un caldo de cultivo, I love the word, Also, German security services from North Rhine-Westphalia, in the long run, the threat from what they call legalist Islamism. That's the German definition, and I think it's very fitting. It's an Islamism that operates mostly, not always, but for the most part within the law, so very different from jihadism, but in the long term is conceived by the Germans as being a bigger threat to democracy than jihadism. So this drives the debate in European countries, and what we have seen is a debate. I was at the European Parliament 2 days ago. There was a big discussion on the European Union instance in which it actually funded Brotherhood organization, and there's a big debate about the choices that have been made in the past of at times even working with Brotherhood organizations, and I think there's a big change there. Anybody that follows the debate in France and the very tough positions taken by President Macron, who has made what has been called a separatism, communitarism, one of the main issues of his presidency, tells you how this debate in Europe, in other European countries, is very intense, very mainstream, and I would say relatively nuanced. It's not perfect, but it's not done without the support of a solid academic community, and of course there are excesses, but generally speaking done in a way that is much more mature than 10, 15 years ago. So it was in light of this that we conceived the idea, and I think we can now go to the two reports that come out of this cooperation, which is the one I co-authored with Sergio and the one from Fernando. So I went longer as usual, but I'm Italian, so I apologize, you understand that, and thank you.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Lorenzo. Muchas gracias por
Thank you very much for being so precise and also for giving us the context and raising these questions and talking about the situation of the debate in European countries. I would like to now give the floor to Sergio Altuna and also the pointer so that he can now talk about the research related more specifically to Spain. Whenever you're ready, Sergio. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you all very much for attending here today, and I would like to start by thanking you for the interest in the program directed by Fernando Reinares in this study, which is a result of 2 years of research and 2 different papers being presented here today. And as the president of Elcano was saying when he started this meeting, I hope that this will help us, based on data, to initiate a debate that is ongoing in Spanish society, a debate that, as we've seen in other surrounding countries in our geography, in our near geography, such as France, Germany, Austria, and Denmark, they have already been discussing this for years, and it's now deeply rooted, and they've been able to progress towards a greater consensus. I will try to very quickly go over this report. It's a report which is quite lengthy. It's 90 pages long, so I'm sorry if some of the details are rather speedy, but you will see that this is a report that maps the whole history of the Muslim Brotherhood since they became present in Spain and the various activities that they've carried out, from social activism until the very striking political loading, getting close to the establishment, and what we've also called the jihadist branching. Just a classification of Islamism, which might be useful to understand this development and its complexity in our societies, in other words, in the West. The report has 3 categories, very quickly divided, but whether they were violent, refractory, so what we call jihadists, the ones that believe that coexistence in a democracy must be fought against, and that the tool that allows this fight would be violence, and these would be jihadists, the nonviolent refractory ones, oversimplifying this, of course, but those would be the people who, while they understand that all the principles ruling our societies must emanate from Islamism. They're more passive, they're more reflexive, and they don't they don't use violence as a tool to achieve their objectives. So commonly they're called Salafist. And then the participationists, in other contexts called the legalist ones, such as in Germany, as Professor Vidino has explained. And though they have clear objectives, which is to make progress toward greater integration of Islam and the values and principles emanating from Islam, this must be done in the West through the participation, active participation of citizens, institutions, and at a political level, and so on. But who are members of the Muslim Brotherhood? This is a very tricky question because, as we said, these are not individuals who have a badge or a card of affiliation. There are usually three situations that comprise the very active context in our societies, but with a very limited number of members, representatives. Of the greater and lower intensity of involvement we would have, the core of the Brotherhood in Europe is usually established from the 50s and 60s, although now we are witnessing the generational change, what we called the sons of the Brotherhood. Although they can't be directly associated to the political movement, they work towards a common and shared agenda, and other organizations which somehow work indirectly for the same objectives. So now, apologies for the speed of my presentation. Let's go to see the key nuclei of activities of the Muslim Brotherhood in Spain. I will try to give you examples to reinforce the subtitle of this paper, which is Community Activism, Lobbying, and Terrorism. So, beginning.
De acuerdo. Bueno, como ocurre en el resto del contexto.
As in the rest of Europe, the first representatives that we can identify as members of the Muslim Brotherhood were students who in the 50s, very few, and then quite a few more in the 60s and 70s, took advantage of a gradual opening of Franco's regime to become more visible in the international scene, taking into account the isolation that we lived in Spain. So students started to arrive. They were not coming in an organized manner. We must rule out that there was a well-structured plan previously to reconquer Al-Andalus and reconquer Europe. This definitely is not the way events unfolded. But these were mostly students in the 60s and then exiled people who came to a given context and decided to work for a cause, for their ideals. We have examples of our history, but we can say that in 1971, the AMI was set up, the Association of Muslims in Spain, mostly coming from Syria. We could say that would be the start of institutional activities of the Muslim Brotherhood in Spain. So from the AMI, other initiatives were born from that, which were better or worse connected, but they've all worked for the same goals. As you can see, in the PowerPoint shows you information. You can see more information on my PowerPoint, but in 10 minutes I can't really go into detail. As I was saying, this group of people from Syria who then became Spanish citizens were affected by the situation in Syria, and they've suffered over the last 40 years various excisions, divisions, both in Syria and a lot of rifts caused by traumatic internal processes within the organization. This doesn't mean that the Muslim Brotherhood in Spain, and that's why it's the name of it, is an independent entity, and it never makes decisions based on Damascus or Cairo. And it has done that for many decades now. So I'm going to talk very quickly about 3 cities and 3 different contexts so that you can have an example of the subtitle of this report. Initially, Madrid. We should talk about Granada, but we don't have time. Madrid, Granada in the 70s and 80s, in spite of the lack of knowledge, that they became very prominent centers or hubs of Islamism at a European level. So figures with excellent connections with Kuwait were set up here. And they established a very active relationship that connected the Spanish reality with the rest of the European reality. We should also mention, and I'm sure you'll remember, the ubiquitous Imam Yutahari, one of the most prominent figures of institutional Islam in Spain, who was in charge, one of the main people responsible for establishing the grounds of institutional Islam in Spain and creating the various institutions that represent the Islamic community in our own Spanish institutions. And he has led many institutions that are very close to the movement led from Germany exiled by Islam al-Attar, another branch of the Muslim Brotherhood from Syria. So this first Spanish branch based on the mosque Abu Dhaka, which is quite famous for very sad reasons, has somehow established institutional Islamism, establishing the entities that need to govern all Muslims, and then taking over all the positions for making decisions and representing the community before all other institutions, something that we need to focus on regarding Madrid, and I'm sure the director of the program will mention this too, something that differentiates the Muslim community in Spain or the Muslim Brotherhood in Spain, like other manifestations of this movement in other European countries. In Spain, at least 2 major networks, terrorist networks, have coexisted, have evolved very closely to this mosque of Abu Dhaka, and they've taken advantage of Spanish institutions to conduct criminal activities. The Abu Dhabi unit over a long period of time with very lethal consequences, and a network which is currently being judged, a case that is currently being prosecuted, and they even arrested the president of the Islamic community in Spain. A very specific finding, like a pearl, so to speak, of this report, something that had been unknown previously, and it should make us consider something very important. It is in Spain where in 1984, thanks to the structure that various Spanish Islamists already had, it is in Spain where the final reunion or meeting that led to institutionalize the activities of the Brotherhood in Europe. Likewise, in Spain, there are various structures connected to the Brotherhood. There are also pan-structures of the Brotherhood in Europe, led by the Federation of Islamic Organizations in Europe, which is known as FIOE. And it is in Spain where they evaluated the changing situation and where they decided that these exiles, that these students were not going to be able to be performing activism in their cities of origin. And so they had to organize and reorganize the strategy and establish the grounds for Islamist radicalism in an organized manner, and to take advantage of the framework and freedoms provided by Europe to preserve their identity and values, their Islamic values. The FIOE, which currently encompasses many of these institutions under the umbrella of the Brotherhood in Europe, was created in Spain. Not only that, but in the design of this structure, which covers both jurisprudence or entities in a university and an institution in charge of training imams, and obviously representing most Muslims who in general are not aware of the ideological and political leaning of these leaders and their how activities are in Europe. So geographically now, moving on to Valencia, where with connections to the Madrid branch, there's a group from the 70s and 80s. It was at the end of the 80s and more markedly at the turn of the century where the arrival of exiles from Tunisia and North Africa really boosted Islamism of Muslim Brotherhood in Spain, creating a very active center or hub, which a very different profile from the one that I mentioned previously in Madrid. So this was the Cultural Islamic Center in Valencia, and there was a strategy to create large institutions with very, very long names that are very impressive sounding. And I'm just showing you now the acronyms, but they tried to show an over-scaled image of their representation. So in Valencia, they set up a different situation of this brotherhood in Spain, much, much closer to the base activists, with a very clear North African character, reproducing the differences that exist in Islamism, which is not solid, but it's far more open, including many people who had converted, including women, both in the organization chart and the daily activities, with involvement in community activism that was really amazing, and youth programs and Islamist feminism programs. They really have no limit, the range of activities, local and regional, that were carried out, through which, as they said, they experienced many different rifts in the community, and some of them were actually split up from the more institutional branch in Madrid, and they've wanted to continue expanding through trying to gain weight in the CIE and become stronger in other manifestations of the movement.
Lo puedo hacer.
I think in 2 minutes I can wrap up. So we have Barcelona. Again, as of the 70s or 80s, there is a clear will to establish oneself as the project, the most important, the most dynamic, the most vibrant. They've actually established a very good relationship with the Barcelona City Hall via the different activists. And we need to remember the Catalan Center stems from Valencia, and this is where the hardcore is actually located of activist Islamic actions in Spain. We saw that, and it actually allows us to double-check how complex the network is of organizations that exist in Spain. One of the agencies in Barcelona is like an outsourcing of radical activity. So a very active profile in local terms, as organizations of an Islamist preachers are outsourced, literally, whose message runs against the grain of some of the values in our societies, as described before by Professor Vidino. Let me just say that from Valencia, from the Catalan and Valencian centers with very similar nomenclatures, they have very close working relationships with the Brotherhood, Islamic Relief, and Human Appeal. The directors thereof were members of the structures that we've just described before, and they actually allow the Brotherhood to tackle a meta objective which is very different from the one which is immediately by those agencies. Let me just very quickly make a reference to the funding of the Brotherhood in Spain. This is a differentiating factor which has allowed the organization to establish itself above and beyond other communities, other Muslim associations, Islamist or not, which are active, and that is funding. Funding that, because of its activism, because of its high degree of sophistication, the expertise of its members, have thus availed themselves of different sources of funding. So public institutions for the development of different projects, cooperation, education, language for foreigners, second generation, also subsidies from regional and local entities. And I don't want to forget the funding that stems from European programs, Erasmus+, different projects that are designed for Muslim groups, and then that differentiating element which ensures that the Brotherhood is beyond the scope of other agencies, and that's funding coming from the Gulf, which in recent years stems from Qatar. And actually, thanks to Qatar Charity, and I would recommend that you read the Qatar papers, because this allows us to understand how important Spain is for them within that project, that outreach or religious diplomacy project that Qatar has built for Europe. Spain is country number 3 where funding is placed, over 17 million euros in recent years, which have been used for the construction of the best possible facilities, mosques, centers in Spain, and for other projects as well, such as schools, training centers, funding, of course, which is based on criteria and recommendations that are what they are. So let me just close this debate, as Professor Vidino did, by thinking out loud. The question is the Muslim Brotherhood a threat for Spain? Well, the answer to that would be, if we only think about security, it's very difficult to empirically assess the impact that the Brotherhood may have if you're thinking about radicalization, violent activities, and so on. But I think that the work that we've carried out in this regard allows us to reach one of the conclusions that you will find in the report, which is that the activities of the Brotherhood in Europe, in Spain specifically, do represent a number of challenges, especially if we think about social cohesion because of some of the messages and activities that are relayed and performed. So if you think about doublespeak, we're talking about Arabic, we're talking about Spanish being used for different messages, striking a balance, and this sometimes goes well beyond the limits of that which is legal. And let me just cast a spotlight on the debate, because we're not only talking about security, we're also talking about cohesion, and also we're talking about the fundamental rights of minorities and so on. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to Sergio Altuna. I do indeed recommend that you read those 2 reports that have been briefly discussed, because we've heard a summary of very detailed work. The working methodology is also included in the report, and many of the ideas that Sergio and Lorenzo have briefly addressed will be fleshed out in the report. We now are going to hear from Fernando Reinares. Again, good morning, Fernando. You're logging on. I hope that you can hear us, Fernando. Can you hear us? Yes, good day. Good morning. And can you hear me? Oh, we hear you perfectly. It's wonderful to have you with us today. Fernando, as we said at the beginning of this roundtable, you're going to be sharing with us the main keys, the topics, the conclusions, and I want to read the title out. The titles have been very well thought out in both cases, and they make reference to the Muslim Brotherhood and global jihadism what does Spain teach us? Fernando, please, you have the floor. Well, thank you so very much, Maria Solanas. And let me first and foremost apologize. I am sorry that I'm not with you personally. As it happens, I am recovering from surgery. Just a short while ago, I was operated on. And, well, there was a little bit of a side effect. And this weekend, I have to return to hospital, to Marqués de Valdecilla Hospital. So the head of the medical team instructed me to not budge in the meantime. And secondly, I would like to say that I'm very, very happy to be with all of you. This is a very interesting panel. I'm happy to be sharing time with Lorenzo Vidino, who is the world expert on the Muslim Brotherhood, specifically in the West and perhaps even more specifically in Europe. I do wholeheartedly recommend that you read his outstanding work in Spanish on the Closed Circle, El Círculo Cerrado, which allows us to apprehend the reality of the Brotherhood thanks to the analysis of testimonials from persons who have abandoned the movement within Europe. So Lorenzo is a good friend and an esteemed colleague. And of course, I'm very happy to be here on the same panel as Sergio Altuna, who is an associate researcher and who has carried out outstanding activities in fieldwork. Never before, thanks to his expertise, thanks to his language skills, thanks to his analytical know-how, we've been able to achieve outstanding results in this fieldwork. The aim is opaque, as comes through clearly from the two addresses that we've just heard before, and I think that this speaks for the merits of his activities. It is true that in Spain there is a debate pending. We need to talk about Islam. And we need to talk not only about Islam in terms of the challenge to social cohesion, how it addresses those communities where it has an influence by segmenting them or separating them from the rest of society, and by exerting the influence which is just the opposite of the kind of attitudes and values which are the ones that logically pertain to Spain, which is an open society with a liberal democracy. So the Real Instituto Elcano, for years now, what we've done is we've attempted to partially address this issue, but always focusing on the relationship between nonviolent Salafism, which exists in our Muslim communities and which is self-proclaimed respectful of law, and jihadism, or radicalization and jihadism, which come to the surface from those very same arenas. So this is the debate that rages now. Low profile now if we compare with other types of debates that currently hold sway in Spain, but we've seen it in Catalonia, ensuing the casting out of a well-known Salafist. But the terms of the debate seem to have been confused. They're not correct. They've been politicized, and they've generated more confusion. It's not solid information that we're receiving. I have to say also that after hearing my colleagues, I had a fleeting thought about the 3 years that I shared with the Imam of the Abu Bakr Mosque until his passing. He died as a result of COVID, and he presided the commission in Spain, and he was a Muslim brother, Tatari. When we met, he seemed to forget that he had already described the issue the last time we had met. We met every few months. And as I say, he apparently had forgotten that he had told me before, but he repeated that we met in a city which was the capital of a state and which, furthermore, well, Madrid, of course, was the only capital of a European country that had actually been established by Muslims, a Western city established by Muslims. He liked to underscore this, and I have to say, we've heard about Hamas. Professor Vidino has made a reference to Hamas, and he encouraged me to undertake conversations with an officer of the association at that point in time who was of Palestinian origin. We had to do something with some members of Hamas who had been sentenced in Spain for being members of a criminal group, a series of crimes and activities which he himself did not define as terrorist acts, although technically we would describe them as terrorist actions. But the document which bears my signature is a document which is an addition, complement to a branch which stems from the common trunk of Lorenzo Vidino and Sergio Altuna's work. The case of Spain. What does Spain teach us about the relationship between the Muslim Brotherhood and global jihadism? The Muslim Brotherhood rejects in Spain and in other European countries they accept the principles and practices of liberal democracy. Is this so? Is it true that we read this sometimes, because of their activities, because of their discipline, because of their organization, because of their expertise, they convince young Muslims to turn their back on global jihadism. They turn them away from a more radical approach. Or, au contraire, are we actually facing a pragmatic movement which does not share the underlying principles of Western democracies and which, for that very reason, faces severe, serious problems when trying to ensure that young Muslims truly want to be citizens, that they train these young Muslims, attracting them toward other religious identities that exclude these principles. So would it be fair to say that the brothers actually foster jihadism in those communities in which they are a minority? And depending on the circumstances, depending on the opportunities, they become involved in these activities, resulting in other types of societies where the Muslim population is a majority. In the case of Spain, and I'm going to be very to the point here, I think that as the document spells out, if we take into account the 1980s, the 1990s, and then the 21st century, if we think about these years that have passed, firstly, we come to understand that in the 1980s, there were Muslim brothers who arrived from Afghanistan and Pakistan who spelled out the ideology in Spain, and they addressed young Muslims who were sympathetic to the brothers, for the most part young Muslims from Syria, although there were Palestinians and there were Tunisians as well. And as I say, they were either akin to or they had been socialized, because this is especially valid when we're talking about persons who had been critical vis-a-vis the attitude of other sectors of the Brotherhood in their countries of origin, for instance, Syria, and who had strayed from that line of action and looked for a more radical line of action. So these young persons who were exposed to the influence of Reinares in the decade of the 1980s in Spain, in the context of their groups and their associations, and also in the context of the cultural center and mosques, places of influence, places where control could be exerted by the Muslim Brotherhood. Well, they were the ones who in the 1980s actually established in Spain, after the principles among them, following what they had heard in Madrid, what they had learned in Madrid, went to Afghanistan and to Pakistan. And these are the men and women who return in the 90s, together with others who were in Spain. And they in Spain are going to build that cell, that Al-Qaeda cell, one of the most important cells. We're talking about the penetration of Al-Qaeda into Europe, London, Milan, Spain, Madrid. Madrid, especially, one of the persons from that cell, the Al-Qaeda cell, resided here in Madrid. And afterwards Hamburg too. Actually, the importance of the Al-Qaeda cell is verifiable, not only because of the relationships established with the very heart of Al-Qaeda activities in Europe, which was London in the 1990s, but also the relationship which was established with the cell led by Mohammed Ayyam that actually organized the 9/11 attacks in the USA. We know that as of 1995, that cell, and let me backtrack here, the two main founders, one of them was Palestinian. He had lived in Spain for a very long time, but he went to Peshawar to work and build the infrastructure that Al-Qaeda had in the city of Peshawar, which is actually very close to the border with Afghanistan. And the other man went to work for Al-Qaeda. He went to London, but once Al-Qaeda returned to Afghanistan from Sudan, where it had consolidated its presence, and I'm talking here about Basit Mariam, he himself had been there. Well, as I say, he left and went to Afghanistan to join Osama bin Laden's closest circle. You'll observe that in one of the photographs, there's a reference made to those times. We see El Jan, who was then Spanish. He appears there together with Osama bin Laden, somewhere in Afghanistan, and this is 1996. 1996 is the year. There are other contacts and relationships with persons similar to him. He is at the head Abu Dada is at the head of the cell in Spain. I think that the traits are very similar. He comes from a past in Syria, the Brotherhood in Syria. He moved to Spain. This is where he sought haven. And others like him who actually make up the brunt of the persons who make up the Abu Dada cell. And most of them, of course, of the members of the cell who were sentenced because they actively participated in this jihadist cell that also had international connections. And this is why we say between 1994 and 2001, well, we know about 2001 because the cell was actually dismantled. That was an operation. And then 1994, that is the year in which, for the first time ever, the Central Unit of Foreign Information of the police had news of this nucleus of individuals, this core of individuals who existed, who met, who talked and read. And by the way, what they talked about and read were written and published not only by Al-Qaeda, but also by Muslim Brothers and also by persons within movements that had very close relationships with the Muslim Brotherhoods, the CIS from Algeria and others similar. And then what we saw in the next decade was a misfortune which had very much to do with the remnants of the Abu Dada cell. For whatever reason, for different reasons, and please let's remember that anti-terrorist legislation then was very different from anti-terrorist legislation now, well, these persons were not arrested, and they are the ones who began to rebuild a cell that was the first of the elements to establish the network that resulted in March 11 events. And there were individuals with those same specifics, in other words, having been members of the Brotherhood and who had participated in the activities carried out by the network that resulted in the March 11 attacks. Although at that point, the presence of Moroccans in global jihadism was growing in Spain and was also manifest within the network of the March 11 terrorist network. Now, it is true that insofar as the network was being established, or rather the cell was being established, the Abu Dada cell that I referred to just a few minutes ago, in Spain there were other players who did not belong to the cell, but who are very important when we think about the relationship that exists between the brothers and jihadism. There was a Tunisian person who founded, a Tunisian who had participated in the movement and who had taken inspiration in or had aligned himself with the Muslim Brotherhood, who had established in the first half of the 1990s the Valencia Cultural Center, and whose asylum in Spain was actually denied or revoked upon learning that between 92 and 97, he had actually visited to Sudan. He had worked with Al-Qaeda in the training camps, which were established in that country when an Islamic front, which had taken inspiration in the Muslim Brotherhood, allowed Al-Qaeda members to use the country with those and other objectives. And also, in Spain, there was another person who was arrested, I believe, in 2003, a well-known Al-Qaeda member who lived initially in Palma de Mallorca, who then moved to the province of Barcelona. From Algeria, Ahmed Barahim. And not only did he have a very strong relationship, there were also members of the consultative committee of Al-Qaeda who visited him in Palma and in Barcelona afterwards. And what's interesting is that among the main contacts that were obtained, in this case it was the Guardia Civil, the central unit of the Guardia Civil. They tracked this case and let me here greet the members of the central unit and the UCE2 of the Civil Guard. They are with us, and my congratulations for your outstanding activities as performed in recent years. But as I was saying, among the salient individuals, the salient contacts of this member, who was already a member of the propaganda committee of Al-Qaeda. He was actually working on a set of content for online propaganda for Al-Qaeda. Sindani from Yemen was there, the leader of the main Yemeni or entity from Yemen that was linked to the brothers. But Tariq Ramadan was in Switzerland and other individuals. And by the way, a mission that I was afterwards sorry about not having included a number of different salient persons from the French organization. As we know, very deeply rooted and under the control of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Fernando, I'm afraid we're running out of time for the next roundtable, so if you could start wrapping up, please. Yes, as of 2011, what we then had was once again individuals who were members of Muslim Brotherhood, the Syrian Brotherhood, who living in Spain, and not just young Muslims, but young people, but also adults who were conducting administrative and representation tasks in Muslim associations in a mosque or the body representing the interests of the Muslim community in Spain. And they were involved in this financial and logistic collaboration with Al-Qaeda and other organizations related to Al-Qaeda in Syria. And furthermore, this includes young people who are descendants of the adults. So what we're seeing here is intra-family radicalization. And our colleague in the program, Álvaro de Vicente, has especially focused on this. And I'm specifically referring to the son of Hutaini, the family that is mentioned in his book. But the main thing as far as radicalization in the Muslim community, it's not just intra-family radicalization, but the significance of the works and the actions of these Muslim brothers have had in the processes of radicalization of young Muslims in Spain. For example, the second photograph you could see in the paper is the table exactly as it was the day a significant radicalizer was arrested, first for Al-Qaeda and then for the Islamic State, ISIS. And as you could see, among all the elements there's even a Quran, but there's a book in French of Saidi Couton in French. And as a matter of fact, this network went back to yihadist activities by the member who had been carrying out the greatest financial activity in the Al-Qaeda cell in Spain. So once again, they were repeating these activities. So to finish, Maria, I would like to say in the case of Spain, in light of the evidence we have, refutes the vision of Muslim Brothers as a grouping of various organizations, but they all that reject yihadism. So this refutes that idea. We are before a movement that does prevent violent radicalization among young Muslims, also in societies where they are a minority. We could say that the number of cases is limited, but we could also deduce that it's a limited number of activities and followers of Muslim Brothers in Spain compared to the size of the Muslim community. That said, the existing evidence of the Spanish case is also insufficient to confirm the alternative vision of the relationships between Muslim Brothers and global jihadism. So it refutes one of the two visions, but it's insufficient to confirm decisively the second one. This is probably due to flaws and difficulties in the processing of the specific interactions that led to radicalization of individuals in the Muslim Brotherhood. But definitely my feeling is that Syrians with previous history in the Muslim Brotherhood, in particular in Syria, who were overrepresented among the jihadists sentenced in Spain between 2001 and 2011, they're going to continue being overrepresented among the jihadists condemned or killed in Spain or dead in Spain in this decade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Fernando.
Thank you very much, Fernando, and thank you for being so generous to share with us, given your state of health. So all of us here wish you a very speedy recovery and all the best in this new intervention, and we're certain everything is going to come out very well. I'm afraid we've run out of time. I really encourage you to look in our website and read both papers in detail. We hope we've contributed to this very significant debate, which is not so well known in our country, and hopefully they will promote future work and we will continue delving into this topic. Thank you all very, very much. Well, good morning once again. We're going to start with the first theme panel for this 9th forum. I would like to take this opportunity to greet everyone who's following us via streaming from various areas in the world, and also those through work on the social media with the hashtag of the 9th forum that you could see on the screen. My name is Carola Garcia Calva, Senior Analyst of the Program on Violent Radicalization and Global Terrorism of the Royal Institute Elcano. I have the honor of chairing this panel on the challenges posed by Islamism in Spain. These challenges, as have already been highlighted in the previous session, these are not new, but quite the opposite. They're persistent challenges. As we're running a little late, and the previous session has already stressed this matter of the challenges for security, I'm not going to go into that any further, but I would like to say that these challenges are not static. They're constantly evolving and changing. And precisely the purpose of this panel is to discuss what they look like at the present moment. And for this, we have two wonderful professionals belonging to the law enforcement agencies in Spain with a lot of experience and knowledge on the issue of yihadism in Spain. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Manuel Rodríguez García Risco, Superintendent Head of the Cuerpo Nacional de Policía, the head of the Central Unit for External Information and the Fight Against Terrorism. The superintendent head has a lot of experience in the fight against domestic terrorism, an area where they've worked in the past. Our second speaker, who will be talking today, Francisco José Vázquez, Colonel Head of the International Counterterrorism Unit of the, again, Information Unit of Guardia Civil. Welcome to you two, and thank you so much for accepting our invitation to participate in this 9th edition of the Elcano Forum on Global Terrorism. As I said, it's an absolute honor for me to chair this panel, but also a personal satisfaction, and I definitely wanted to highlight that. As far as the way we're going to be operating after the initial 15-minute interventions, and I'm going to be very strict as my predecessor with the timing, and then we'll have a time for questions from the audience, and also those of you following us online can send us your questions. And I would like to remind all the participants who want to ask questions to our speakers today, they may do so, like I said, in writing from the room or sending an email to the actividades@realcano.org, which this email address you could send your questions to if you are online. With no further ado, and to not take up any more of the time for something that's so important, I would like to give the floor, first of all, to the Superintendent Head, Manuel Rodríguez García Risco. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Carola, for your very kind introduction. It's an absolute honor for me to share this panel with a colonel with whom I've worked for many years now. And basically, given we don't have a lot of time, what we've done is share the topic so that we don't both say the same things with regard to this topic that we'll be discussing. Basically, I'm going to start talking about radicalism and jihadism, and also foreign fighters and the threats against Spain and the Spaniards. As I said, talking about the threats suffering in Spain are similar to the ones that suffered by other countries. Here, we're representing the law enforcement agencies in Spain. We persecute illegal behaviors and crime. We don't persecute ideologies. We're members of the National Police and the Civil Guard. So I want to make it very, very clear from the get-go that we do not persecute ideologies, no matter how radical they are. But it's also absolutely true that even though we don't monitor and persecute radicalization processes, we're out in the street. And so all these processes, we analyze them so that we could incorporate them to our investigations. These behaviors are the elements that we work with. And why am I saying this? Because, in fact, many times we find that the behaviors of radicalisms cannot be taken to court. So there were many police operations carried out by ourselves that come up of crimes that were not specifically related to terrorism, but they're coming from radicalism. This obviously generates problems because it means that we should only be working with the criminal types of 500 and so on to whatever, but cannot be prosecuted very often as the origin of investigation so that we can then investigate far more complicated crimes. What am I trying to say with all of this? All the behaviors that we detect do not end up being terrorist crimes, but I definitely don't know any single terrorist who didn't initially become a radical. So when there isn't a terrorist organization behind the actions, there are some solitary agents, and I'm not going to talk about that. It will be my colleague who will be discussing that. But then we have problems because these lone wolves don't have the Daesh or Al-Qaeda badges. But as a matter of fact, a lot of investigations that we've conducted have concluded with legal proceedings at the national courts. So they are considered terrorism. So the start of the investigation or the start of the Noticia Crímenes was not based on a terrorist action. I will tell you a story. We arrested a citizen of Morocco who committed a crime of threatening that he was going to kill a policeman, and then it turned out that the investigation found that he was related to a fighter or a member of these terrorist groups. So the national court allows us to conduct these kind of investigations even though it's not initially directly related to a terrorist group. So what am I trying to say? That given the threats that sometimes are not very specific and they can't conclusively be confirmed, the law enforcement agencies always treat them as if they could occur. We treat all threats as if it could happen. And it is not that we're being exaggerating, but, you know, we're carrying out our duty. So I'm going to talk about the persistence of the threat, jihadism. This is a constant threat. It's omnipresent. We are not suffering very severe attacks since 2017. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. Also, all you need to see is the facts that are happening in our neighboring countries or the strategies that these terrorist organizations are following of appearing in the media so that people can be inspired and then they will commit violent acts. In the end, even Al-Qaeda, which sounds like it's so far away that it's a sleeping terrorist organization, at any time they could perfectly send us a tangible threat over here. In the end, all of this threat, I would summarize it in pure geostrategy. The Al-Qaeda franchises and Daesh franchises, they sound like they're very far away, but we've also conducted a recent operation where we've arrested people from an Al-Qaeda franchise who were in Europe and they were right next door. I'm not trying to say that the intention was to commit a terrorist attack in Spain, but these are people who have been previously trained and that they bring that by default. It's also true that we can have a repetition of scenarios that we saw in Iraq or Syria, or what's recently happened in Afghanistan with the Taliban in Mali, the way the Sahel is. At any time, this could be reproduced and people will start traveling. It will become a sanctuary. They will be trained there, and it's right next door. And I don't want to go into the effects of the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban, because it sounds like it's very far away, and it's not far away. We've also had many people who are friendly to our country. We've had them return, but many others have not been able to come, and they'll come through different channels. And in those flows, someone could sneak in who's not especially interested in seeking refuge in Spain, but rather have other ulterior motives. And also we have the peculiarity of our country. There's the border with Africa, and we have a significant Muslim community. And according to the jihadist narrative, our history turns us into a desirable territory that needs to be reconquered. And then the matter of language. Spanish is a vehicle language for South America, which is also among the targets of radical Islamism, if not the jihad. As far as radicalization, it's not a matter that directly affects the law enforcement agencies. We prosecute crimes not focusing on radicalization, but as I said earlier, starting with the analysis and monitoring of the not accepting Western values, such as quite simply the right to religious freedom in Spain, not just Muslim religion, but the fact that the laws in our country, our legislation, doesn't incorporate Islamic laws or even women's rights. All of these things, it's not what we prosecute, but these gives us indications to investigate other crimes. And if there are no preparatory acts, there's no crime. But think that, for example, if you buy a knife, it's not a crime, obviously, but it's an indication, it's a sign. And if you buy an explosive precursor, that's another step further. And all of this could be included in an investigation where it's just radicalism. It's not a crime yet, but we investigated it all the same. Very, very quickly, the other thing I wanted to talk about is the fighters. It seems that this patient threat of al-Qaeda is that we don't know when it's going to happen, and the hot one is the one at the end of the caliphate of Syria and Iraq, and now when the returnees are coming back. The caliphate has fallen, and many people are looking for the return. And as we said, we have had operations where we've arrested people coming from Algiers, or they had returned from Syria through Africa previously, and some even flew to Nairobi. And we've also seen very recently, just this past month of August, we've arrested a returnee through the Balkan route, which is even more worrying because these returnees can come in dinghies or boats, then they are subject to measurements, and different identification measurements are taken, and going through borders is more difficult. But last August, we arrested a very dangerous returnee in Germany who was coming to Spain, but in Spain there was another new flu coming. So there are a lot of different cases of those fighters coming. There was a lot of releases from prisons. For example, very recently in Nigeria, the very terrorist organization has released 800 prisoners. I'm not saying they're going to come here. They don't have to come here, but they're coming out of the prison. And then what's happened? Those going through Turkey, they're finding it very easy to return. I would also like to mention the orderly return and well-structured by institutions of people who were not in prisons in Iraq, but I'm talking about the Al-Kholia rock camps where they were detained. It's all very concerning. And to finish, This is a very specific threat. It's the threat that Spaniards suffer when we leave Spain, but that also leads to investigations by our unit. As you know, 2 journalists were murdered in Burkina Faso. In the Tribble border, it's a particularly sensitive place. I didn't want to talk about the Sahel at all, but there's a terrorist organization behind it. In this case, it's a franchise of Al-Qaeda, Al-Janim, and it's not only when there's a terrorist organization behind do we have to investigate. We also have to investigate when there are crimes of genocide or against humanity. And we mustn't rule out that there's a terrorist organization as such, but it needs to be investigated all the same. The law enforcement agencies are on top of all of these behaviors that are also a threat. Why? Because it's not a direct jihadist threat against Spain, but there are financial interests in these genocide crimes and of humanity, but they also affect us, and they end up in investigation of funding of terrorism, and this definitely occurs in Spain, and they end up in the national court. I would like to finish by saying that all of these investigations conducted outside of Spain would obviously not be possible if it weren't with the very valuable support of the National Intelligence Center. So thank you very much. So thank you so much for so strictly sticking to the time you have been allocated. Thank you very much for, as I said, sticking strictly to the time you've been allocated. I knew that we were not going to have this problem in this panel because you're highly disciplined, so making my job very easy. I would like to give the floor to the Colonel. Congratulations for this event. So first of all, thanks to the U.S. Embassy and the Elcano Institute for inviting Guardia Civil to be present at this event. I would also like to thank you for the fact that some way or another, at a time when terrorism is not in the media continuously at the moment, because there are other elements that are more present. But thank you for still being interested in talking about something that is not as evident in the past years, but it is still existing, and it's still worrying, not just about society, but especially those of us who work on public security, and it's still one of the biggest impacts that we have on public security. And going back to this comment, and Vidino, the legal representative of the FBI, who's recognized that one of the pillars of the fight against terrorism was based on international collaboration. It's always a good time to be grateful, especially in this phenomenon, the importance of international collaboration, especially in a country like the United States, and in particular with an agency such as FBI. So it's almost he's our usual partner in over 90% of many of the operations that we face, for many various reasons, in particular those that I will have to be talking about today, especially the wonderful leading on to the wonderful presentation by my colleague. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here together with, and I feel a lot of affection and professional respect for him. But the things I'm going to be talking about very briefly, the areas that have to do with radicalization or the presence of terrorism in the online world, radicalization in prisons, and these lone actors, rather. When we talk about, and now I go fully into the topic of investigation in the online spectrum, no doubt we need to resort to international collaboration, and in particular with the FBI. In this regard, it's obvious, as I was saying, that it's not so evident, either the presence, and it's not being as significant as it been in the past, the contents that were continuously striking our attention were being used by terrorist organizations that had a caliphate. They were very present. They had strong media presence with a very strong audiovisual tools and with a lot of contents, and promoting not just mobilization but also radicalization. Although it's true that the capability of propaganda has diminished and the contents, but it's still persistent. They're still being played on these online channels, contents that are promoting and channeling radicalization. The online spectrum is now probably one of the key working factors of the daily work without ruling out hybrid processes and offline processes for radicalization. But definitely most of our work is focusing to a great extent of these contents online. And definitely maybe they're not such high quality, these contents promoted by the original platforms of these terrorist organizations, but now these other sympathetic organizations that can also reproduce or redo or recycle contents. But it doesn't matter. The contents are out there in the internet. They're shown to citizens, and those contents, what we're seeing on a daily basis is that they're motivating and promoting not just extremism, but leading to radicalization. And as the superintendent has so well said, they're not necessarily requiring monitoring and following up, but it certainly, many cases, they derive or result in most terrorist cases were preceded by these actions of radicalism. So this is something that we're definitely watching very carefully. There are more and more spontaneous agents popping up, bridging the gaps that were not traditionally covered by the producers and media that were specifically designed for this. But they definitely require effort from us. And on something that Manolo has comment on is the Spanish language and the need for the terrorist organization to reach wherever they can. If it's true that Daesh has produced most of the products in recent years, they have no problem to produce in Arabic or in French because many of their militants came from France and Belgium, and they've had no difficulties in producing contents in English. They did have difficulties to produce them in Spanish, but we're seeing more and more all the time, obviously because we're Spanish and we speak the language. A great part of our investigations have to do with citizens who are contributing to a greater or lesser extent to translate these contents, among other things. But the translation of these contents into Spanish means and generates a vector of radicalization that is even more powerful, not just in Spain, but also in the area of Latin America, as mentioned. So it's a phenomenon that's not just persistent, and therefore the title of this panel is very fitting. It's not new synergies or new proposals, but they are definitely something that evolves, and we adapt as it evolves. Obviously, the changes, the ways and the mechanisms change, but it's obviously something that is still very present, and it's a constant headache that we have on a daily basis. And so what are we doing about this? How are we addressing this challenge? We're not just fighting as law enforcement officers against this phenomenon. We identify the contents, we identify certain specific actions carried out by specific individuals to promote this propaganda and indoctrination, but not everything can be resolved in the courts. The most striking things whenever we work in the field of the fight against terrorism in general, and Manolo Sosa said that, but in particular in the online world, everything is not always solved with by applying the penal code or the criminal code, but I want you to know that we do a lot of work as well, which is even more important than the production of all these legal cases, which has to do with trying to make things more vulnerable, to try to make the space where terrorists can manifest them is a very critical space where they can't move freely, where they can't post these contents, where anyone interested in this, a regular citizen interested in these contents, cannot access. So this requires a lot of efforts complemented by many different initiatives related to, for example, the approval or inclusion of the new European regulation for removal of contents, which is related. And this is extremely important with the presence and work either regularly or done by all these platform service providers can do to withdraw or can then promote radicalization or Islamism. And these initiatives very often are not seen by the public opinion, but they're very important, such as generating through platforms or proposals. There's a Europol of takedown initiatives to attack in the right sense of the word, to identify, as we did in 2019, Telegram, a massively used platform and in an absolutely normalized manner by terrorist organizations. So we did a joint action worldwide to attack that platform, or to bring to that platform, to have them understand, have the platform understand that part of the solution was in their hands. And I think this led not just to a change in attitude by the organization when using it, but also led to exemplary work by them to avoid those contents being posted in their network or in their media. And now to change onto another topic, so you don't say that I'm the only one that it's going to take more time than assigned. So now, shifting from online, let's talk about the offline world, the physical world, in person. So this is also an area of concern for us, not just in Spain. We're talking about the Spanish situation, but I'm sure if there was a policeman here from some other country, they would probably be describing of similar terms. So we're not talking about something that only happens in Spain. And in relation to this, radicalization, or the existing concern in the prisons about the radicalization process or indoctrination processes, is an element of constant concern. Possibly it's the physical space of greatest concern as far as radicalization. I'm talking about physical spaces, having abandoned, fortunately, the belief and reality that those forms of radicalization in physical spaces were previously identified in other geographical terms or other social hubs. Fortunately, that is no longer the case, and I said now that area of concern has been transferred to prisons. So what's our challenge? Our challenge, and I believe is something that Spain is very innovative in, but where we have a lot of expertise, and not necessarily by us too, but by other administrations in charge of prisons. It's the early identification of that radicalization process so that they can establish preventive measures to avoid the scale of radicalization. I think the Spanish model is highly demanded by other prison agencies from other countries, and this demonstrates that we've had to apply those same procedures in the past. We're concerned, and the challenge is not just for the law enforcement agencies, and it's not that we're trying to shirk our responsibility given our fight against terrorism. That is definitely our responsibility. But it's also true that we need the contribution, as is included in the National Security Strategy and the Plan of Fight Against Terrorism. We need the social actors, public administrations, and private companies to help us in our efforts. And in this area, in the area of prisons, it's exactly the same. And we're facing a huge challenge, not just us, but the world at large, to develop effective programs to deprogram those that, as a result of whether it was originally or not, they had these extremist thinking or this radical vision, which is violent. A lot of work is being done in Spain. We've also included, with the support of the criminal code, and included tools such as conditional freedom, so that we could watch these inmates who are released, so that we could watch them for some time after they've been released from prison. So we're trying to improve the monitoring of these prisoners on parole. And then finally, just very, very briefly, talk about the enormous challenge for us of these lone actors from many different perspectives, not just to identify someone who, as Manolo says, doesn't have a Daesh badge with them, someone who doesn't manifest their affiliation to a terrorist organization because we can physically see it, but it's a rather introspective action preceded almost, I would say, by a very high percentage of operations that we've carried out in recent years, end up from just arresting one individual. And it's an individual who doesn't come out of their physical space, and they're definitely go to the internet, and that's how they became indoctrinated. And from the police response perspective, for those of us observing the behavior of an individual, we see he's definitely radicalized, that he's working with someone outside Spain, with a foreign fighter or not, that he's being trained, that he's clearly consuming products that have to do on how to create explosive and techniques to kill people and to commit terrorist attacks, and that he pledges loyalty and he's preparing an attack. So if you were in that situation, if you were a police officer, what would you do? I want you to understand the difficulty of saying, should we arrest them now, or should I wait a bit longer to see if then he's committing another crime that they can definitely be tried for? But if you wait a bit longer, then, you'll have to come up with a different kind of investigation, not just an arrest. So with this very quick overview, I hope I've given you an idea of the three main areas of concern that we have. And very, very, very quickly, 20 seconds, just to let you know that very often you hear us say that the importance of anticipation, prevention, and very often when the law enforcement agencies use these words, it's associated with intervention prior to the crime. I think you clarified this very well. The interventions that we carry out as law enforcement agencies have to do with behaviors, objective behaviors that were previously contemplated by law. We cannot prosecute behaviors that are not contemplated by the legal code. And in any case, these behaviors that we observe, they have a guarantee judge that determined that the investigations we carry out should be done or not. So the tools that we have as police to investigate, the powerful ones, these significant ones, are related to the judicial mandate that allows us to use them. So it's not just the free will of law enforcement officers who decide whether something is a crime or not. We are just the agents of these investigations, and together with the prosecutors, we try to do our work the best way we possibly can. And that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much for making sure that you didn't take up more than the time allotted to you. Now, before we open the floor for questions, I would like to underscore an issue which the two speakers have addressed. We heard that the latest huge attempt, or attack rather, in Spain, August 17 in Barcelona, 5 years ago, which is not to say that other events haven't taken place. And then the fact also is that it's been 5 years without an attack of this size and scope, as the colonel said, does not imply that the threat has disappeared. It's just that it's not visible. But we need to continue to work because the threat is there. This is a trough, and we need to take advantage of the fact that it is a trough because we need to do more and learn more. As we heard this morning also during the inauguration session, the Elcano is committed to this kind of research. And even if we're not in the limelight, as we perhaps were during the Syrian war, the fact of the matter is we continue to work, and we know that we are committed. Of course, we are committed to this work, this analysis, this research, and this collaboration between and among all of the stakeholders involved in this field of research. Now, I do have a number of questions. The questions come to us from the social media. And the first question is, those persons who have converted, new generations, the numbers don't lie, and we see that there are more and more young converts who are active in the field of jihadism. And the question is, what are these persons like? What is the profile? How do we read the threat? Perhaps you want to add some thoughts? Perhaps we take this question first, and then we take the following ones. Yes, the issue about persons who have converted. This is the lone wolves. This is not it's not to be expected that there be a specific guideline. These are converts, so they consume propaganda, perhaps. Or maybe for personal reasons, this person has reached out to the world of jihad for whatever reason. Now, from a strategic point of view, not really, but from a material point of view, my experience is that, yes, we have arrested men and women alike who were converts and who actually had traveled to conflict zones. They had not been successful. They had tried to reach out. They had reached out to different franchises. They had not been successful. So in some cases, what they did was they traveled as tourists, really. But the fact of the matter is the background work for integration had been completed. The thing to take into account about converts is that some of them are actually deranged, and they may well attack. And we've seen some operations where we've arrested persons who were converts, yes, but who were also persons who were deranged and who hinted at possible further violent actions. Yes, yes, and if we had to rank them, actually we're more concerned about those persons or profiles who are converts often enough because for the most part, or at least what we have observed, because those processes, that conversion, that transition to extreme radicalism, well, it has to do with a psychopathy. So for us, this is actually something that makes it worse when we identify the possible evolution of that person's behavior. So it's not an exonerating circumstance. And the thing about converts is that they know our system. Converts are familiar with the way we live, the way we flow, the way we do things, and they know us better as members of the police forces. They know us, and what we see is that these converts, just recently, I can say, some very recent operations, a convert who had quickly become radicalized, who had very quickly been trained, had participated in army activities, and who actually in 22 wanted to travel to a conflict zone when this would not seem to be the most reasonable approach at this point in time. And then minors and young women, it's relatively, well, not normal. How can I say this? It happens cyclically that we see this, perhaps because of that connectivity with third parties, girls who are underage, who are converts, who have had no previous contact with the Muslim universe. So again, yes, we're concerned about that. I'm talking about our police response. Thank you for these answers. There are more questions, and what I'm going to do is link two up because I'd like to have one single answer. The question is, what is your interpretation regarding absolutions of persons who were processed in our country, even though these persons were in preventive prison? And another follow-up question along the same lines, and it has to do with the interpretation of self-indoctrination, which was introduced in the most recent reform of our criminal code in 2015. We could perhaps follow the same order as before. Please. Well, it's mathematical, this new criminal code. When we began research, we go from less to more, right? We try to see this, and there's always a connection with third parties. When we're talking about extolling, we're talking about inclusion and so on. So this research or investigation, as the Colonel rightly pointed out, is something that happens after the Audiencia Nacional does its research work. So we're actually looking at potential terrorist actions. I'm not going to say this by way of an excuse, because there are very many absolutory sentences. It's for historical reasons, perhaps, as well. With regards to the Syrian conflict and the transfer of combatants, we saw that when there was punishment, in fact, there had been a movement of person, but it's very difficult to prove that terrorism attacks have taken place. And once they've returned, it's straightforward afters. But when they do not return, it's very difficult to accredit anything. So our operations to facilitate that kind of travel, when afterwards the defense analyzes the accusation, we need to remember that procedural practice is very complicated for us. We sometimes have to clone and analyze devices, a server, say, and in real time, we don't have it ready when the hearing happens. So the burden of proof is not available for the prosecutor to take into account. In our daily activities, there are other obstacles. So, for instance, an operation has taken place, and the accusation was not for one crime after another. If all of them are integrated and there is no proof solid, well, then that indictment is no longer valid. So then we begin to appeal to the different courts, all the way up to the Supreme Court, and that is why we see these sentences. As I said before, we look at all threats and consider them all to be valid, and we do our research and investigation with the legal toolkit. And we know that sometimes the sentences are not what we'd like to see. It's also true that often enough, many of the elements that we need to have access to come from other countries, which is not to say that other countries do not collaborate. But remember, when we talked before about Burkina Faso, the authorities of Burkina Faso may or may not want to share with us, or maybe we don't have access to the right addressee for our letters rogatory. So all of this makes it very difficult for the end result to be a good one. And then the Supreme Court in 19, which were exposed all of the research, and this is because of the transfer to the conflict zone. Well, these judgments demanded that in the case of indoctrination, there be an endpoint. As the Colonel pointed out, we cannot allow ourselves the luxury of beginning and then not having information available before the due date. These are the circumstances that then annul the process. And then something else is that the Fiscalia, the prosecutor's office, does all it can to help, but they do not have the wherewithal. Time and resources are necessary in order to face the accusations, and sometimes it's because of the form, which is not to say that there was no terrorist action intended. I don't know. I don't want to say anything that isn't true when we talk about these sentences. I don't know. I would differentiate between two different points in time, two different historical moments. Until 2014, more or less, when there was a response to terrorism as a phenomenon with a very focused approach, when the crimes contemplated allowed for the tracking of some behaviors which are encompassed now by legislation. So if we go back in time, it is because of that lack of necessary mechanism to provide a response. That is why perhaps those sentences were, as you say, absolutory. I don't want to say anything which isn't right. As of the year 2015, a number of crimes are included, and we ourselves have learned from them as a result of the sentences issued. So at the end, when we see the the creation of a crime in the legal document. We need to modulate in response of the criteria which exist for that purpose. So now we're seeing the response, or the fine-tuning rather, which, as Manolo rightly points out, has to do with a desire to ensure the mobilization. And in any case, and actually, it was, I think, a good thing that I included this add-on. We try to be, as it were, a magnifying glass of the prosecutors and the judges. We identify the behavior and we make that information available because the prosecutor participates, the Fiscalia participates as of the moment when measures are implemented or begun to be implemented until the case is heard, and perhaps there might be appeals that result. So we do provide a slew of guarantees which ensure that what we try to do is guarantee a process which is not by any means an arbitrary one. And then, and this is no excuse, of course, but we find ourselves sometimes having to take decisions which, as I say, call for the onboarding attitudes and behaviors, which, if we know what the mechanics are of jihadist terrorists, well, there is no preparatory background. So looking for the right time to determine when the crime actually took place. What is clear is that if you have a party arrested with 800 kilograms of an explosive, with information, which we saw when we used to fight ETA, well, that's not happening right now. It's more complicated now to launch proceedings for extolling of terrorism or indoctrination. We're talking there about maybe 2 or 3 year sentence, rather than initiating procedures. An ETA attack, 20 victims, 1 person kidnapped, and so on, because there was practically no proof at that point in time, because it was self-evident. Thank you very much. We unfortunately have run out of time, although there are very many questions pending. I think we'd need another full day in order to be able to take the questions. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. This is the end of this first panel, and we now are going to begin the second panel. Thank you. Thank you very much.
¿Se me oye? Bueno, buenas tardes.
Hello, can you hear me? Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you all very much for being here today. As you know, at this third session of this forum, we're going to talk about a slightly different topic. We're going to basically talk about the far-right extremism and how it could be the launching pad and grounds for violent actions. Obviously, we are not judging, as pointed out in the previous panel, we're not criminalizing or penalizing the extreme right ideology per se, but we are concerned more and more increasingly, especially in Western democracies, because they could be the grounds for, at times, violent actions, and it becomes a security risk. And in some national security strategies, such as in the United States, the extreme right radicalism has already been included as one of the risks that the state must address. We're going to have 50 minutes with two excellent speakers who are going to be speaking in English. One of them is Daniela Pisui, who's here. The other speaker will be talking online from Washington. Here she is.
Les agradecemos.
We really thank both of them for being here today. Cynthia, furthermore, is talking at her time. It's 6 in the morning, so we really appreciate the effort. She will be the first one to speak. She's a researcher and professor at the American University in Washington. She specializes in terrorism and radicalization and extremism. She's one of the most prestigious experts on this topic in the United States. She's a director of the think tank on polarization and extremism, also from the University in Washington. Most of her research has focused on understanding mechanisms through which young people, not just in the United States, but also in other countries, especially in the English-speaking world, are radicalized. And also, she's researched on which measures are proving to be more efficacious or efficient to counteract that radicalization process. Aside from working as a researcher, she is frequently appears in the media, both in the most prestigious written press and in all sorts of television channels, especially in the United States. And she also works as an advisor for all kinds of organizations and foundations that want to set up or are setting up programs to fight radicalization of all types, to prevent radicalization. She is going to talk about, first of all, how to address the definition of this phenomenon, and also specifically what the scope of this phenomenon is in the United States, in particular with regard to the young people. The second speaker for today is Daniela Pisui, and we are very grateful that she's joined us here today. She's a senior researcher at the Austrian Institute for International Affairs, PhD from the University of St. Andrews, and she works in the Center of Research Against Violence and Terrorist Acts. Although she looks very young, she's been working on these topics for many, many years on the fight against terrorism. Initially, yihadism, but recently the far right at an international level. She currently coordinates the UTEX project to reintegrate terrorist criminals and extremists in Europe, including foreign fighters who return and their families and those sentenced for crimes, far-right crimes. She's also a member of the advisory board of the Radicalization Awareness Network, RAN, for those of us who know, in both cases, RAN and UTEX and the Real Instituto Elcano are members of both projects. You're each going to have 15 minutes for your presentation. Daniela will talk about the European version of this phenomenon and its rise in recent years and its nature, the objectives of these movements, and the methods used. As in previous session and throughout the forum, this is being broadcast live through via streaming. You can also follow it through the social media with the hashtag that we've shown earlier. We shall have time after the presentation for a few questions. If you want to send us a question, please do so to the email of actividades at realcano.org. If you don't have access to this email in the room and you would like to write your question down, you may do so on a card or a piece of paper and pass it over to us. And without further ado, we want to now give the floor to Cynthia Miller-Idris. Thank you once again very much. And you have 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. I know that this is being translated, so I will speak relatively slowly and hope that that everything is translated clearly for you. I'm sorry that I cannot do it in Spanish, but good morning from Washington. During the course of my talk, you probably see the office get lighter as the sun comes up here. So I'm really here with you early and delighted to be here. So thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm going to share my screen so that you have some slides. I just want to say something about what I will talk about and what I won't be focused on, but I'm happy to talk about in the question and answer. I would like to give you a little bit of a context of global far-right extremist movements and where the US is in that context, and then talk about the new growth dynamics that we're seeing before concluding with what has been globally a kind of shifting response, what the public health style prevention looks like that is now being increasingly adopted by state actors and governments across the world. I will also be happy to answer questions about other forms of anti-democratic developments that are happening, for example, around election denying and conspiracy theories, but I'm not focused on that in the talk. I'm focused here on really the terrorist and extremist fringe in terms of violence. So I just wanted to say that I'm not ignoring that issue, and I'm happy to talk about it if there are questions about it, but that I'm primarily focused on the violent fringe at this time in this talk. So first of all, I should say that the concept, the definition of the far right is complicated and contested, in part because no single two countries use the same words to define the problem, and even within countries. So in the U.S., we use domestic violent extremism, but we also use white supremacist extremism in some agencies. Other agencies use the language called racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism. And then, of course, there's a variety of words to capture the militia and anti-government side of extremism, sometimes called patriot militias or unlawful militias, or just anti-government extremism. The Global Terrorism Index, which is what this image is from, uses the term far right, which I also use. I find it an unsatisfying term, but the best term available to capture both the kind of supremacist content and the anti-government violent content that we see sort of on January 6th in the insurrection, for example, with the militia movement and groups that are supposedly defending the Constitution in the U.S., but from an extreme violent fringe perspective. So this includes a lot of neo-Nazi, white supremacist, male supremacist, what we call incel violence or incelibate violence, anti-Semitic trends, etc. Also, very strong rise right now in LGBTQ plus and anti-trans violence happening in the U.S. So I won't go into the whole, all of these definitions, but I'm happy to come back to it just to say that it's a combination for me on the far right of the anti-government, some parts of the anti-government spectrum, not all, and most of the supremacist spectrum. So Of course, these are like Venn diagrams, and there's also anti-Semitism from the left. There's also anti-government violence from the left. So that's part of what makes it so complicated. I also want to note, in the context of this meeting and this conference, that far-right terrorism is a tiny fraction of global terrorism overall. So it is really just a small minority of the kind of terrorism that we see in the world. However, it is an increasing percentage of that terrorism in the West, in Western Europe, in North America, US and Canada, in Australia and New Zealand. And so in the US now, it is documented by the security agencies as really among the most pressing threats. And within that, the domestic violent extremism trend, threat landscape, both the Patriot militia and the white supremacist types of domestic violent extremism are called out. I want to note that I'm using data here that goes through 2019 because during the pandemic, there were some strange shifts that I will also talk about. And I think it still remains to be seen whether we can think about data from 2020 and 2021 in the same type of way as we can think about the prior data. So I will talk about that separately. But the data on far-right violent extremism shows, and one of the reasons why I think it's important to talk about the US is that the US really is responsible for about half of the incidents over the past 2 decades, and also about half of the deaths. The fatalities are much higher in the US as a general rule than they are in the rest of the world. So it's disproportionately. We have seen increases, though, globally in the far right. In the year 2019, far-right terrorism was responsible for 82% of deaths of total terror in the West. So there were pockets of time where, 46% of total terror and 82% of the deaths. So again, that's from the Global Terrorism Index. That varies from year to year. That's the last year prior to the pandemic that we had the data. And so I think it's important to understand that during these pandemic years, we have seen, in particular, some unusual growth on the conspiracy theory extremist side. So in the US and Western Europe now, in the year 2020, the Global Terrorism Index data shows that the biggest perpetrator group on the far right is conspiracy theory extremists. So there were 85 attacks total and 1 death. And again, I find it very difficult to talk about that data in a context of trends without, well, we don't know whether that will continue, if this was a blip during the pandemic or if that's continuing. We need more data over the coming years to know that for sure. So I do want to say that one of the things that's so difficult about far-right terrorism is that the vast majority of it does not come from groups. So I think it's only something like 7% of the data over those 20 years from violent attacks comes from individuals who had an affiliation with a group. That's also true of things like January 6th insurrection at the US Capitol. It's about 15%, I think, at the last count of those who've been arrested had any kind of prior ties to an identifiable group. So most of the violence comes from individuals who are radicalized, often online, through what we would call self-radicalizing networks. That's the dominant mode of radicalization. This is not quite a lone wolf in the sense of being completely isolated. They're often highly socially networked online, but they're socially networked in toxic subcultures, in groups online that are sharing propaganda and spreading propaganda and calling for violence, but don't exist within what we know in the jihadism world as hierarchical groups that have a chain of command with a clear leader where people are pledging loyalty to that group. We do have groups like that, of course, on the far right. We have neo-Nazi groups, we have domestic terrorism groups, and that are on often many countries' lists of terrorist groups, but the vast majority of terrorist violence does not come from those groups. And so it's a very complicated landscape on the prevention side as well, because the strategies that we have created to address terrorist violence for the most part, were created in the post 9/11 context in the US, in which you really work on the infiltration and monitoring of groups. And that strategy has not proved a very good fit for the far-right developments. So I will just say very briefly on the context and impact so that I can get to the trends. Of course, there's tremendous impact on the safety and security of marginalized and targeted members of society. We have had terrorist incidents over the past several years that have taken the lives of dozens of people in mass shootings in El Paso, Texas, with Latinos being targeted, in Pittsburgh in a synagogue, in Buffalo in a grocery store just this year, with Black Americans at a grocery store. We've had Sikhs at a temple targeted. We've had Muslims at mosques targeted. So almost every group of marginalized individuals has been targeted with this type of violence. We have the highest number of deaths individually on hate crimes of trans individuals last year that we've had. We now have hate crimes themselves at the highest level in 12 years in the US. So, you know, both on the organized terrorism side or targeted mass violence side and on individual hate crimes of marginalized groups, those numbers are growing and are quite high. We also have this parallel set of problems around democratic decline, again, that I'm happy to talk about with support for political violence and especially around elections. And I'm happy to answer that, although that's not the focus of this particular talk. I do want to say very quickly that one of the things that's so different here is it does mark quite a different shift from what we saw in the 1970s and 80s in political terrorism in the West, which was very heavily driven by the left, of course, in the 1970s and 80s. That shift began to change in the mid-1980s, and over the last 5 years or so, it's really a growth that has been much bigger on the far right. However, we have had an increase in far left violence as well over the last 5 years. It's just smaller than on the far right, and it doesn't rise to the level of where we were either on the far right or on the far left, where we were in the 1970s and 80s. And that was really the revolutionary Marxist and anarchist terrorist era in the 1970s and 80s. I think it is important to note that that was an era where that was prominent, and it's not what the data is showing now. So just in my last few minutes here, I will say we're seeing several trends in the US, but also globally. And I think the US, it's really important to understand the US also, of course, exports a lot of this propaganda, a lot of the white supremacist propaganda, and a lot of the subcultures which are communicating in English. So even when there are terrorist attacks in other countries from the white supremacist fringe, those actors are often writing their manifestos or live streaming their attacks in English. And that's partly because of this globally networked subcultures online. We're seeing some mainstreaming and normalization of many of the global conspiracy theories that are driving white supremacist extremism, especially in the US, around the Great Replacement, where we now have several elected officials and cable news pundits journalists who repeat it, and who are using some of the same language about a sense of existential threat from immigrants that are going to replace voters or replace white civilization. So we see some of the echoes of the mainstreaming, I think, in a way that has made it seem more legitimate to a lot of people. We're seeing the mobilization of violent militias and citizen vigilantes organized around a sense of threat. Of course, that's quite connected also to our permissive gun laws, and I can talk about that set of problems and its connection to the responsibility for so many deaths in the US as well. We, like many other countries in the world, and I think we're driving some of that propaganda in the US, have seen a rapid growth in conspiracy theories, especially QAnon, that have also fueled tremendous violence because people have come to believe that there's a cabal of elites, Democrats and others who are trafficking children and that they need to rescue them. So we've seen violent actors who believe that they're kidnapping children, and they're also in one case here in Washington, D.C., trying to rescue what they believed were children being held in a basement of a pizza restaurant a few years ago with an armed individual trying to do that. There was not even a basement in that restaurant. I mean, of course, it was a false conspiracy, but we can see how that mobilizes. We're seeing growing anti-establishment sentiment in general and calls for violence across the ideological spectrum. We often refer to this as what we're seeing online among young people in particular, sometimes the statement that there is no political solution, that there is a growing sense that politics have failed, that democracy has failed, that the systems have failed, and an increasing willingness to see violence as the only or even sometimes the preferred solution to the problem. And so that's a major underpinning issue and a trend that we're seeing. We continue to see volatile election situations, including right now over 200 candidates running for the midterm elections at the regional and state levels who are election deniers, who do not believe that the election system is valid. And so some of them are even running for office in the local context where they would oversee elections. So that is contributing to a lot of uncertainty about election validity, and we fear potential violence when people feel that the election was not valid if their candidate did not win. So quite a lot of uncertainty and precarity around that, as well as the effects of the energy crisis in Ukraine and other trends that are causing uncertainty. And finally, we have this awful uptick in anti-LGBTQ and anti-trans hate happening in the US, in part driven by some state legislation that has really brought a lot of propaganda and attention to the idea that teachers in schools are forcing young people to choose pronouns, or they're encouraging people to young children to they're calling it grooming, which is just obviously propaganda, but there's a lot of mobilization based on that. All of this is to say that I think right now we're in a very unpredictable situation, both on some of the mainstreaming politically that underpins maybe support for this, but especially on the unpredictability of knowing what violent outcomes we might see and how to prevent it. So this is my closing word. I just want to say that we have seen both in the US and globally a shift to arguing for a public health approach to combating this, which is to say that you address violent extremism from the domestic fringe, not only by addressing its symptoms once they appear, as you would with a disease that comes manifested in the body, but you also work to educate communities about some of the preventative things that can be done to ensure that there's more resilience to the propaganda. That includes digital literacy, media literacy, education, more civic education calls. So we just had a White House summit last month on hate-fueled violence held by President Biden, in which a suite of new initiatives were announced, including $1 billion of funding for to reinforce kind of community-level public health approaches to safety. And that is a real shift in the US, where all of the funding for prevention has always been housed in the security agencies. So in the Department of Homeland Security and to some extent in the Department of Justice. That's very different from most European, Canadian, New Zealand, and Australian responses that have always treated this as a multi-agency problem in which education and health and labor and the arts are usually included in prevention approaches. I will say the US is very late to this awareness and to this to accepting that this is not just a security problem, but also an education one. There's finally also some awareness now that we need to rely much more heavily on evidence. Evidence of what works has been very thin in the field. And I'm happy to talk about that and what we know in the question and answer, but I'm afraid that I'm running over time and I want to stop and make sure that we can have plenty of time for question and answer. So I will stop that right now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. Muchísimas gracias.
Saying thank you very much. Cynthia, thank you very much. This is a very interesting presentation indeed, a source of concern, a source of great interest also in the phenomenon in question. And we now are going to hear from Daniela Pisoyu, who will also be using her PowerPoint. Daniela Pisoyu. Cynthia is with us via Zoom.
The invitation. It is really nice to be here again in Madrid, also with my esteemed colleagues, Carola and Alvaro, with whom we're working very well in our UTEX project as well as RAN. I think the bad news will continue after Cynthia's presentation. I'm going to take this home, and some of the things that I mentioned will align quite well with what you've heard already. So I'm going to start my timer here. My main statement is actually quite simple, if perhaps a bit radical, that right-wing extremism is becoming, or maybe already is, the main threat for European security, European democracies, government legitimacy, and societal cohesion. I will present a number of data and evidence because I think it's important not just to make predictions, but to actually rely on evidence. Let's look at Europol reports, for example, in time. Here I collected the numbers of attacks by Islamist, basically jihadis and right-wing. You can see already some decrease in the number of Islamist attacks, terrorist attacks, and some increase in the numbers of right-wing terrorist attacks. I'm quite confident to say that because we already know that 2022 already had quite a number of right-wing terrorist attacks. But in general, you might notice that the right-wing terrorist attacks tend to be less in terms of numbers. And the question is, why is that? Well, several reasons. First of all, underreporting. So only a handful of countries usually report to Europol. I should notice that Europol actually does not collect itself data, but it's only about data that countries send. In some years, only one country sent data on this issue. Terrorist incidents in the right-wing spectrum often are classified not as such, but as shootings, murders, right-wing extremist violence, even if, for example, they involve IEDs at asylum homes. Finally, we don't have the same level of criminalization concerning right-wing and Islamist terrorism. So for the Islamist terrorism paragraphs include, for example, also offenses like sending a video around. Now, if you're a right-wing extremist and you're in Austria, you might actually be prosecuted for this under a different law, which is made especially for National Socialism activities. But if you're in a different country, you will not be prosecuted perhaps at all. Just to give you an example, for example, 2016, we have the TESAT report 2016, which mentions one attack of right-wing extremism. Let's see what else is going on in that year. We can see here in the same report numerous right-wing extremism-motivated attacks have been committed. Alone in Germany, for example, we have 4 cases in which an IED detonated in or at an asylum shelter, and 800 attacks on asylum homes. Also in Germany in that year, 1 police officer was shot dead, and quite a few politicians even physically attacked, but more generally attacked. The report noticed an all-time high, but I can tell you in the meantime it's going up since then. 2019, again, in several EU member states, extremists carried out violent attacks which were not prosecuted as terrorism under national law. Even in Germany, we have 2 particularly bloody incidents. One is the assassination of a German politician who was arguing for receiving refugees, and an attack on a synagogue in Halle. They were both not declared as terrorism attacks because they were involving individuals and not groups. So it wasn't a group-based violence. Although I might notice that, for example, in the Halle case, the individual was a sympathizer of accelerationism, which argues on purpose that one should act alone as a lone actor and not as a group. And I don't need to tell you how dangerous this new current is. Let's look at other sources. So you might have heard about the CIREX Research Institute in Norway, which has been collecting for a while data on violent attacks in Europe. Just comparing with the Europol report, where we have a number of only 3 attacks, According to the colleagues in Norway, in 2021, we had 131 attacks carried out, resulting in at least 197 people being severely injured. I show here also their overview in time, so 2015, 2021. You can notice here, of course, the high number of attacks in various countries, but also a different proportion. So this is per capita. You can see that you have, in the sense, more going on in terms of violence in countries like Greece and Germany, and then it decreases as the colors become lighter. And the question is why? And if anyone wants to know, I can elaborate on this a bit. We don't actually have a definite answer, but we have a very good hypothesis why this might be so. Continuing with other types of right-wing extremist violence, I'm just giving some examples from Germany and Austria. You can see 2021, more than half of the right-wing extremists are actually violent. Yeah, so we're talking about 13,500 individuals. The slide also includes a number of, well, I would say, high number of propaganda-related offenses. Almost 1,000 right-wing extremist motivated crimes, out of which almost 800 bodily harm. Austria, this is the latest report, 2020. Again, a very high number of offenses which are right-wing motivated, as well as the special law that I was mentioning. It's called Prohibition Law, Verbotsgesetz in German, and refers to offenses specifically related to National Socialism. Now, going on with the topic of threat analysis, because I think it's important not just to look at numbers, but also think about, how dangerous is actually this threat from right-wing extremism in Europe. And I wanted to talk about three aspects: objectives, resources, and opportunity. And I make a little bit of a comparison also with jihadism. So with jihadism, what is the objective of jihadi attacks? Usually it's disruption, revenge, provocation, and usually they relate to conflicts outside Europe. What's going on in the right-wing extremism area? Well, we have a completely different dimension. People are preparing for the so-called Day X, so the overthrow of the government. They're preparing for civil war. And this is supposed to happen at home, not somewhere outside. And the conspiracies and plots that have been prepared and in part also discovered have been extremely elaborated. In terms of resources, so lately we know all these jihadi attacks using, for example, knives and other household objects. We're talking about individual cells and, of course, online propaganda, which, of course, as we've heard in the right-wing case, is there as well. But what else do we have? We have huge weapons arsenals. Yeah, so people actually in possession of huge weapons arsenals, which sometimes get discovered, sometimes not. For example, we have cases of discoveries when it's about investigations related to organized crime. But I would argue this is really just the tip of the iceberg. We have members with military and paramilitary training. And this is not in some makeshift camp somewhere, but this is really the official formal military training in the various states. We have increasing numbers of recruits and decreasing age. So we have now teenagers preparing terrorist attacks. We have financial and infrastructure support from Russia. So infrastructure, I mean especially the Russian equivalent of Facebook, which is out of reach for our investigation. And we have an infusion, I call it infusion, of white supremacism, and I refer here to what Cynthia mentioned before, this influence, increasing influence of organizations and ideology from the US towards Europe, such as, for example, Atomwaffendivision, this organization. And finally, opportunity. This is something that jihadis don't have, and the right-wing extremists have a lot of. One is, of course, the mainstreaming of right-wing ideology in mainstream political discourse. And here we have lots of topics, but especially I would underline the creation of suspect Muslim communities, the fact that, this fear has been installed in societies, the idea of we being in a position now to actually having to defend Europe from this invisible enemy. The conspiracies of great replacement and great reset. So basically the idea that we natives are going to be replaced by immigrants and that there is a worldwide conspiracy supported by international institutions to actually achieve this. We also have COVID and the fact that the right-wing extremists have been the great winner of the COVID crisis because their ideology fits very well with conspiracy theories, such as, for example, concerning the conspiracy to destroy European nations. I'm going to show you some images of how these two have been combined. So this is, for example, a case where an organization and a movement that was made to protest the COVID measures eventually went towards far right, and now they are in one, as it were. We have here, you might recognize some QAnon symbols here. So this is a demonstration where you have various types of right-wing extremists, including the party, and QAnon sympathizers marching together. Another example, there's been many demonstrations in Vienna, as you can imagine. And you see the diversity of types of right-wing extremists who took part, but also, interestingly enough, rainbow flags were present there as well. But also other types of actors, hooligans, religious group, and esotericists. So basically, all of a sudden, the human potential of the far right has increased enormously due to this connection to conspiracy theories. Also a very violent incident here, you might have heard in Germany, a far-right individual and conspiratorial individual killed a salesperson in this gas station because he asked him to wear a mask. This is bad enough, but I think what is even worse is the reaction in the far-right online community to this, which was supportive, saying that, you know, he deserved it, free your mind, now it's starting. So this kind of revolutionary take, this is our time, as it were. Strategies. How, you know, beyond violence, I think we should also talk about other kinds of strategies going on at the moment. And this, I think, is very important, reduction of democracy, the majority rule and elections, ignoring human rights. So they would say, of course, we're Democrats, we take part in elections, right? But of course, they forget about, such as, for example, the right to human dignity and how they talk about Muslims, about immigrants. Extremists are always the others, the jihadis, the Antifa, never themselves. They make a point out of saying, you know, we're not violent, therefore we're not extremists. What I call here cuddle course with conservative politics, infiltration of vital state institutions, the influence of intellectual discourse through their own institutes and publications, but also influence of the journal discourse through social media campaigns and own media. Some examples here of penetrating security institutions, 2022 in Germany, 327 identified right-wing extremists in security institutions, namely police and military. Very well-known right-wing extremist parties as part of governments, but also, and this is something that we can see in many countries, but especially in Central Europe and France, the conflation of Islamist terrorism with Islamism and Islam. And just to give you an example of mainstream and how this basically took part, for example, in Austria, here it's an older action of the identitarians protesting at the time against the so-called Islamization of Austria. Later, we have a measure of the government, them fighting political Islam, but here in this project, what you see is markings of all the mosques in Austria, yeah? But under this banner of we are fighting political Islam. Identitarians, of course, took that opportunity, thankfully, and organized another activity in which they put such banners in front of mosques, saying, attention, political Islam near you. Mainstream of cultural racism. I think these are my last two slides. I think I'm good with the time. I also wanted to show you how this is actually going on in our societies and European parliaments, in militaries and so forth. This is a citation from Italy, an Italy member of parliament saying, our priority is to have more European kids, not those other animals. This is a banner of the youth organization of the Austrian Freedom Party in which they say, what Emily aborts, Aisha will born. An argument for their so-called great replacement. Here again, we have the image of the traditional woman in their view. This is the AfD in Germany. And on the left-hand side, the modern feminist. Yeah, so arguing for how women should actually be, and of course their main activity should be having children. This is something pointing out that an army officer has just released a book on the Great Replacement in Austria. And this is launching yet another platform and think tank within the far right, supporting AfD. So remember what I told you about trying to influence the intellectual discourse. And now finally, to get even to the worst part, I argue that the scene is becoming more violent, more transnational and younger. So here again, asylum homes are burning again like in the 90s in Germany. In Iceland, for the very first time, there were individuals arrested for planning a terrorist plot. They also discovered semi-automatic weapons, 3D printed weapons, as well as thousands of rounds of ammunition. In Slovakia recently, 2 were dead after, again, you see the word shooting. One doesn't, there was a whole outrage, especially on social media, why this was not called a terrorist attack. Especially since clearly the individual was motivated by right-wing extremist ideologies. And interestingly, he is also the son of a former candidate for a far-right political party. So I always like to point out the thin line between legal and illegal right-wing extremist activity. Germany, again, 50 people were arrested for being members of the Atomwaffendivision, which I mentioned before. So accelerationist, initially established in the US, but now there is one active organization in Germany. And for planning violent attacks also, an individual was prosecuted for planning attacks on politicians and public institutions. And another individual, Feuerkrieg-Division, this is, again, it's an offshoot of Atomwaffendivision, so basically the same kind of avenue from the US, accelerationism, which seems to be very prolific nowadays in Europe. And around this organization, there was also, for example, an online chat involving a number of teenagers who were equally planning terrorist attacks. So on this bleak background, thank you very much for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias, Daniela.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for your very interesting words. I have to say that we live in Spain and we're not really aware, for better or for worse, in Spain, this phenomenon is not fleshed out. We're not really aware of the breadth and scope of these actions in other European countries. And I think that this is something that we should be thinking about, because we should understand that we face the risk of this happening here as well. We do not have very much time, although the 2 speakers have been extremely on time. I have a number of questions, and I'm going to select a number of them. For Professor Cynthia Miller-Idris, I'd like to ask you, ma'am, what is your opinion regarding the accountability of social media? Technology, if you will. What is your opinion? How do you think they contribute to the phenomenon? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. It's an excellent question. We have a lot of debates about this in the US and globally, of course. So there are several different ways to answer that. One, social media has been an absolute engine for the spread of disinformation, propaganda, conspiracy theories, and hate. It is the primary way that not just social media, but other technology platforms, including the types of online communities where that are associated with online gaming and other kinds of platforms that I wouldn't count as traditional social media, but where there's a lot of encrypted and anonymized communication and channels to really plan as well as spread and recruit new members and spread propaganda. So they are absolutely at the heart of the growth. The question is, what is their obligation, both as private companies and also how effective can that be? What we have found is that, recent data from the Center on Countering Hate Digital Hate found that even when it's reported, even when it's a violation of their own policies, social media companies fail to remove 89% of posts that are Islamophobic in nature and 84% of posts that are anti-Semitic in nature. So even when they have the right policies in place, even when the reporting mechanisms work, it's not actually happening. And even by the time they remove it, it's already out there circulating. So we saw that with the live streaming and the videos of several different terrorist attacks, including in Christchurch, New Zealand, that terrorist video was taken down quite quickly by Facebook, but it had already been downloaded and then was reposted and is constantly recirculating on other social media platforms. It's like a whack-a-mole sort of a problem, we would say, where every time you remove it, it just pops back up again. So I don't think that we should ignore social media's responsibility in this, but I also think the same way that I feel about treating this as a security problem, it's a Band-Aid solution. We can't just rely on social media banning and law enforcement arrests to solve the problem, because it just keeps ballooning outward, and then we just expect the removal of content to solve the problem when it's already been circulating heavily. So my argument has always been, yes, we need to pay attention to it, but we spend so much time talking about that as a solution on the policy side in the US, because there's endless debates about the culpability and accountability of tech companies. And I think we have to really acknowledge that's not a solution in any way. It might help, it certainly would help to reduce the circulation and the amount of that garbage circulating, but it doesn't solve the problem. We have to invest much, much earlier in the prevention side.
Cynthia. And another question to the Dr. Daniela Pisoy, regarding, perdón, vuelvo al español.
Back to Spanish. So, how would you explain, what is your hypothesis as to why within Europe the degree of violence of these movements, why is it so different? Why those differences between Europe and other countries? Thank you.
As I say, it is still a hypothesis. I cannot guarantee for sure, but we have indications for this, and the colleagues in Norway are looking into this more specifically. So the idea is to say that the more influential the right-wing extremist actors are in mainstream politics, the less motivated they are to use violence, and the other way around. Yeah. So, for example, in Germany, well, of course, we have a right-wing extremist party, which is, however, constantly avoided from mainstream politics, and there you have rising violence. And whereas in other countries, for example, where they have been more successful in accessing mainstream politics, such as Austria as well, you have less violence, because their objective in the end is not the violence. Violence is only a means. The objective is to take control of the state. And if this is possible through legal ways, it would make sense to engage in violence and basically to delegitimate themselves.
Very interesting. Thank you. So, perdón, no tenemos.
All right, we unfortunately do not have time. We now are going to be initiating our closing session. The director of Real Instituto Elcano, Mr. Charles Powell, and the Secretary of State for Security, Ministry of the Interior, Mr. Rafael Perez Ruiz, and this then will be the end of the session. Thank you very much.
And Daniela.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charles Powell, Director of the Royal Institute Elcano, and today I have the enormous honor and pleasure of introducing to you Rafael Pérez Ruiz, Secretary of State of Security of the Minister of the Interior, or Homeland of Spain. We have the great fortune of having been able to collaborate with this ministry practically throughout our existence from almost 2 decades, more than 2 decades of the life of our institution. And I would like to take advantage of this event to publicly thank the minister for the enormous collaboration that they've offered us and the top political officers throughout these years. This collaboration, which obviously has specially benefited the program against global terrorism that has been led for many years by dear friend and colleague Fernando Reinares, whom I would like to send warmest wishes, because unfortunately he could not join us in person today. As has been mentioned throughout today's event, in Spain, we haven't had major terrorist attacks, fortunately, in the last 5 years, something which obviously we are very happy about. And this is due, of course, very especially to the prevention efforts made by the Spanish law enforcement agencies. But this does not at all mean that we should stop being vigilant. Spain is still a priority target of various terrorist groups, and especially our institution Elcano is very aware that the threat is still there. And as I always like to joke, but also very seriously, the bad guys never rest. And this is something that we have to be very, very aware of. And with no further ado, I would like to ask Mr. Rafael Pérez Ruiz to take the floor. And thank you very much for your collaboration. Director, thank you for inviting me, and I said this to you in private earlier, and I would like to now say it publicly once again. Good morning or good afternoon, at least in Andalusia. Even though we haven't had lunch yet, it's still already afternoon. So, well, hello to everyone. I would like to start by thanking officially, formally, the Royal Institute Elcano for inviting me once again to this 9th edition of the Elcano Forum on Global Terrorism, a forum which no doubt is a real opportunity to share knowledge, lessons learned, a space for reflection, which has been very well established as one of the most significant ones in our country. If our experience tells us something about fighting against terrorism, is that we must never cease to be vigilant. Terrorism is a priority phenomenon that must be fought, as proven by the public policies of the Ministry of the Interior and the Secretary of State of Security. And I ask that you allow me, before I talking about today's topic, extremisms, I would like to mention and speak in memory of all the victims of terrorism who were the ethical reference for our country and the fight for freedom. As I was saying, I have the great honor of participating in this new edition of the Elcano Forum once again, and with the following conviction: terrorism violence is a very complex phenomenon with changes that severely and directly affect society and the state as a whole. Therefore, it requires a especially integrated and integrating response, as expressed by the National Plan Against Terrorism approved in 2019. One of the main lessons learned in the fight against terrorism in Spain is the huge efficacy achieved when fighting terrorism, when strong determination. That means that the initiative against terrorism, mobilizing all states' capabilities and, most importantly, of society as a whole. Therefore, aside from the work and dedication of the law enforcement agencies and the justice and the rule of law, we need research papers such as the one conducted by the Royal Institute Elcano and also in universities, papers aimed at establishing an analysis framework to better understand a phenomenon that is constantly mutating, that of extremisms and terrorism, with a proven capability of mutating and changing to new contexts. For these reasons, from the Secretary of State of Security, we would like to promote as much as possible the sharing of knowledge and reflection. And therefore, with this work of academic research, the Royal Institute Elcano is one of our main collaborators. I didn't want to miss the opportunity of saying this publicly in this forum precisely. Moving on now to talk about the phenomenon itself, the topic at hand, extremisms and terrorism threats. The generation of this extremist ideology that leads to radicalization that are somehow developed in societies both in Spain and Europe and other countries in the world lead to movements that generate conflicts in society and threaten the values of democracy and rule of law. The current strategy of the national security has identified a series of risks and threats for national security that highlight the dynamism of these in a security environment where hybrid strategies are gaining protagonism. Among these threats is terrorism and violent radicalism. The current security landscape is far more complex than in previous years. First, we had to go through COVID-19, and now the war in the Ukraine have somehow contributed to the increasing the quantity and intensity of these extremisms and radicalization processes in the world that lead to violence. And this is seen in developments of huge international impacts, such as the rise of the extreme right and radical Islamism, the topic that this event has focused on so rightly. And now focusing on our environment in Europe, and as included in the report on the terrorism trends in the European Union of 2022 conducted by Europol, we could say that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the combination of greater presence in the internet and social isolation have increased the vulnerability of people before the radicalization process. For those defending extremist ideologies, this health crisis has been a real window of opportunity to make progress. Both jihadist terrorist groups and extremist groups have known how to use elements of the pandemic to build new arguments aligned with their respective extremist ideologies. Therefore, regarding the extreme right terrorism, in 2021, 64 people were arrested in 9 member states due to terrorist crimes associated to this ideology. This phenomenon, furthermore, is evolving from classical hierarchical structures to lone actors who are very young and radicalized mainly online and influenced by the expansion of movements such as accelerationism, and with very clear international contacts in the United States. A recent case of this violence took place in May in Buffalo in the United States, where 10 people were killed. In another case in 2021, 260 people were arrested in the European Union, in this case connected to jihadist terrorist actions. The extremist processes worldwide have been influenced primarily by 2 events of an international context. First of all, the back to power of the Taliban in Afghanistan, one after the withdrawal of the American troops and the international troops, and also the jihadist terrorism expansion in the Sahel in Central Africa and new fronts in Mozambique. The jihadist propaganda is still a key pillar of this terrorist strategy to call to violence in the Daesh and also in Al-Qaeda areas. And these factors that been briefly outlined, but they also have an impact in our country. Risk zero, as we all know, whether we like it or not, does not exist. This is something that our law enforcement agencies are very familiar with. They work 24/7 to address this phenomenon. As far as the challenges that Spain also addresses and the close connection between extremism and terrorism, as so well explained by the superintendent and the colonel in this event, we're still watchful, quite the opposite, where spirit is always very proactive. And I'm going to, if you will allow me, to break down the most important things of the strategy of the Ministry of the Interior and the Secretariat of Security of how we're fighting against terrorism at all levels. The Ministry of Interior has decided to continue improving the mechanisms to fight against terrorism, optimizing our prevention and response abilities and providing more resources and capabilities. The experience in Spain of the fight against terrorism has proven that it's necessary to conduct continuous efforts, long-term efforts, which require political determination and also the implementation of social, police, and legal or judicial measures in a very decisive manner. Aside from effectively applying legislation and operation mechanisms that we've obtained in recent years to fight against terrorism, we have to focus on the priority objectives, where I would like to mention the insistence of prevention and fight against radicalization and promoting de-radicalization programs and paying special attention and watchfulness on the international development of the returned terrorist fighters or foreign fighters, continue protecting the public spaces and mass transit. We have to continue being vigilant on the online channels and sharing information and intelligence with other stakeholders. To achieve this objectives to fight against terrorism, the Secretariat of State of Security work on the following measures, which we want to be very specific about. Number one, the full development of the national strategy against terrorism. At the start of 2019, as you all know, the National Security Council approved the current law of fight against the terrorism, and it is currently a priority of my department, the full development of the various lines of actions in the 4 pillars: prevent, protect, prosecute, and prepare a response against terrorism. At the same time, and I would like to anticipate, we're also currently working on the preparation of a new national strategy against terrorism for 2023. And furthermore, within this strategic field, at the request of the anti-terrorist unit, we've established a protocol to respond against terrorist attacks, to have a coordinated action in the event of a terrorist attack, counting not just the capabilities of the Minister of the Interior, but also all the departments depending on government with all the capabilities of the states. And number two, the constant assessment of terrorist threats with all the Spanish stakeholders involved. The alert level is still at level 4. It's still at a high level, which means that every week we have an assessment meeting to assess the threat, and this turns in specific prevention and protection measures developed by the law enforcement agencies within the framework of the Anti-Terrorist Prevention and Protection, which has been updated last February with the purpose of redefining and also adjusting the measures contemplated for the various levels. Number 3, specific measures from the Secretariat of the Security Department, the fight against violent extremism. We have a plan to prevent and fight violent radicalization. This was approved in 2020. This is being developed and implemented, combining efforts, structures, and capabilities of various administrations with a very clear local facet. plus adding, and I must keep repeating this, the civil society, including civil society, we are currently developing all the regulations to implement the territorial structure to create offices for the prevention of violent radicalization in the various government delegations and groups to fight against this locally. Number 4, or another specific measure from my department, the prevention and protection against terrorism. This is a line of action to detect and act against terrorist networks, both in the area of microfinancing and connections, procedures, and techniques linking organized crime to terrorism. For this, we're implementing a national strategic plan to fight against terrorism, which was approved in 2020 with the participation of all stakeholders in the area, with combining efforts, establishing synergies between operating bodies and prevention bodies. And number 5, prevention of terrorism, prisons and post-prisons, the law enforcement agencies and the prison administrations that also depend on the Ministry of Interior have established different action mechanisms and for follow-up of radicalized individuals, both in prisons and once they leave prisons as well. Number 6, alignment and following of all these extremist and terrorist contents on the internet. We're currently working on implementing regulation of the European Union to fight against the posting of terrorist contents online, to be able to withdraw and examine orders to withdraw these contents. Aside from this, the Secretary of State or Secretariat of State of Security is working on all these, with all these organizations such as Europol to withdraw these contents from on the internet, and we coordinate the various groups of experts of the local law enforcement agencies. The latest actions this year have resulted in localizing and withdrawal or removal of 563 digital contents in 106 different websites that could guide to manufacture explosive or prepare and execute terrorist attacks, and also the identification of 1,124 user profiles who were posting thousands of terrorist contents and also extremist contents. And all of this, we were being very proactive to fight against terrorism with the law enforcement agencies. I must highlight the development of many different operations throughout 2021 with a special impact, those aimed at different cells to attract and indoctrinate people, and also to dismantle both financing structures and also radicalization structures. Last year, 2021, 47 people were arrested due to terrorist crimes in our country in the framework of 29 police operations. Since 2022 started, these operations have continued. 23 anti-terrorist operations have been carried out with a result of 42 individuals arrested in Spain and 7 in other countries. The recent cases, as you know, and these were in the media, Melilla, Granada, and in Zaragoza. Finally, within this field that we're talking about, to what we're doing to fight terrorism from the Ministry of the Interior, I'd like to anticipate that within the framework of the Spanish presidency of the European Union, which, as you know, will occur during the second half of 2023, the fight against radicalization and terrorism will be one of our priorities, and we expect to conduct various activities on terrorism, radicalization, and also the area that the Ministry of Interior responsible for, the Secretariat of Care and Support of Victims of Terrorism. And I would like to finally finish my presentation with just a couple of key messages as conclusion. First of all, we must be very aware that the law enforcement agencies of our country are working on a daily basis with full intensity to fight violent extremism and terrorism. This is a phenomenon that doesn't have a lot of impact many times, thanks to a good extent to the efficacious and constant and permanent work of our information and intelligence services. However, and as I was saying at the beginning, this phenomenon persists. And therefore, when we disentangle this through various police operations, we can realize that it exists and it's very real. We cannot and we mustn't stop being watchful. In short, it is a reality that demands the best from all of us to provide our citizens with the best security possible. And second, no country is exempt from the risk of terrorist attacks. It's a shared threat. It requires integrated and coordinated responses, and that's exactly what we're doing, hand in hand with our allies worldwide, and with a greater coordination at a national level, with better resources and with new strategic designs that allow efficacious prevention of the causes for radicalization and new firm actions against those who try to destroy our democratic model of coexistence. I hope that you have enjoyed today's session, that you have learned a lot, this wonderful speakers, and I can boast from the Secretariat of National Security and all the experts who have spoken at this Elcano Forum today. So thank you very much, everyone, for your attention. And Director, and see you next time.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Secretario de Estado.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State, for reminding us so very forcefully and so enthusiastically two very important thoughts. First, we need to be very much alert always. And also, security is not something that is state-related only or Ministry of the Interior related only. It's something which affects all of society. And all of society has to be engaged and committed to providing the responses that are necessary. All I need to do now is say thank you to the Secretary of State, the Ministry of the Interior, the speakers, their participation. Carola, Alvaro, Vicente, thank you so very much for ensuring that our program is as vibrant as always, despite the pandemic, despite the problem that we know that we have survived over these past few years. The Instituto Internacional, one of my favorite venues, not only the beautiful color of this hall, but of course the Embassy of the United States here in Madrid. We have the pleasure of collaborating with them ever since a very long time ago. So this is the formal closure of this 9th Forum, Terrorism-Related Extremisms in the West, Emerging and Persisting Challenges, and we look forward to many other future fora. Thank you.
Thank you.